last one because it was in the middle of the continents.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. A gunman charged a security checkpoint at the White House Correspondents' Dinner Saturday night at the Washington Hilton, exchanging gunfire with law enforcement before being subdued and taken into custody. President Trump and other senior administration officials were abruptly evacuated from the ballroom as Secret Service agents swarmed the venue, and some attendees ducked under tables.
They literally pushed him over.
The suspect has been identified as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California. He'd checked into the hotel the day before, traveling by train from Los Angeles to Chicago to Washington, D.C. Allen's expected to be formally charged in court today. He reportedly left behind a written manifesto in which he stated he wanted to target officials in the Trump administration. In his so-called manifesto, the suspected gunman does not mention President Trump by name, but writes, quote, "I'm a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me, and I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes."
Well, we definitely know who he was talking about.
In an interview with 60 Minutes, President Trump became defensive when host Norah O'Donnell read an excerpt of the suspect's manifesto.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with old
which
stuff
admin
that
is
has nothing to do
protecting
with me.
pedophilic,
I was totally exonerated.
child
Your
raping,
friends on the
trafficking
other side
cults.
of the plate
That's
are
you.
the ones that were involved with,
You
let's
know,
say, Epstein
same
or
works
other
with
things.
Nazis.
But I said to myself, you know,
You sit at a table with
I'll
a
do this
pedophile,
interview and they'll
you're probably
I read the
okay with
manifesto. You know,
pedophiles.
he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
I
these
was
are the
never,
gunman's words.
excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace.
President Trump quickly moved to use the attack to promote the massive new ballroom he's constructing on the White House grounds, posting on Truth Social Sunday morning, "This event would never have happened with the militarily top-secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough,"
That is a non sequitur.
he said. The Justice Department also used the shooting at the White House
There is absolutely
Correspondents'
no
Dinner
way
to try
that you
to
could
pressure
quantify
the National Trust for
that the ballroom existing would have stopped something like this. That is one of the most retarded fascist justifications for something that they're doing that I've seen them do so far. Also, it is kind of interesting that people are going, oh, well, this is clearly a false flag to, I don't know, fucking promote the ballroom or something. And, like, it is kind of sus how when his poll numbers start dropping, someone starts shooting at him. It's very interesting. And somehow nobody is able to succeed. You know, the only way that you can prove me wrong is by somebody succeeding. And God, I hope that happens. That'll be a good day.
I'm trying to find this one clip. I might have sent it to you. Let me check.
Australian. Random.
Historic Preservation to drop their lawsuit against Trump's $400 million ballroom project.
Queensland?
Assistant Attorney General Brett Shumate gave the trust until 9 a.m. today to dismiss its lawsuit, writing in a letter that the ballroom, quote, will ensure the safety and security of the president for decades to come and prevent future assassination attempts on the president of
my
the Washington
condolences
Hilton.
for being from the same city as Drew Pavlou.
Meanwhile, on Sunday, 9 people were injured in a mass shooting near the campus of the University of Indiana, Bloomington. Ceasefire talks between the U.S. and Iran collapsed over the weekend. President Trump abruptly canceled a planned trip to Pakistan by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner, posting the decision on Truth Social minutes after Pakistani officials announced that the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi had left Islamabad.
Okay, I think I found it.
But if you
like
did want to know,
all of a sudden talking about the ballroom moments after the shooting, this alleged attempted shooting took place, is going to make every look.
So we have a
Just listen.
we do have an interview with him before he sold out and started doing his thing that we're shit talking him over. But I advise not learning. You're better off not knowing.
Okay, listen.
All of these like people all of a sudden talking about the ballroom moments after the shooting, this alleged attempted shooting took place, is going to make every liberal go, oh, he didn't even stage the fake assassination attempt to make himself look good. He staged it so he could justify the ballroom. It will 100% be tomorrow's news today. That's the PBS guarantee. I'm telling you right now. I gotta pee.
Because
I bet you he will talk about the ballroom. I think he's going to talk about the ballroom.
I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military is demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because of law enforcement. The law enforcement.
Piker Broadcasting Service, pre-watch Piker, tomorrow's news today. All of these like people all of a sudden talking about the ballroom. Tuxedoed agents pulled out.
Well, bring that back. Where'd you go?
Also, a cop got shot, which makes me think that the cop shot the cop.
Goody.
Because I don't think bro had any guns. I think bro just Naruto ran through the checkpoint because that's what he was paid to do.
Fuck. Come on, Instagram. I
Where you
hate this
going?
fucking website, bro. Try to unmute and it breaks it.
Agents pulled out guns and began running towards the ballroom. White jacketed caterers screamed and bolted for stairwells. Pandemonium reigned as top cabinet officials were evacuated. Robert Kennedy Jr. and his wife, Cheryl Hines, came out and were ushered into an elevator. Then Janine Perot emerged. The FBI director, Kash Patel, came tearing across the hallway with 2 men in tow. His girlfriend was hiding in a room with another man who was holding her hand. Oh! Kash Patel is both fired and cucked at the same night, bro. Ooh, sure! Tuxedoed agents pulled out guns and
Here's another Hassan clip I was laughing at with Kash Patel. Could be any one of these.
One of the funniest things this guy said, by the way, was he straight up says, first of all, I'm a citizen of the United States of America, and, you know, what my representatives do reflects on me. I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes, right? Like, he's very clearly, you know, calling the president a pedophile. But one of the funniest things that he says in the manifesto is, you know, where he basically lays out all of his actual targets and who might get in the way. And he says, administration officials, in parentheses, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Kash Patel is straight up having the worst time right now. It is unbearable to be in Kash Patel's shoes. Even the shooter was like, he is such a fucking loser that I don't even want to target him. One of the funniest things this guy said, by the way, was he straight up says, first of all, I'm a citizen of the United States of America.
I'm yet to see a gun.
There is more footage they released. I haven't looked at it yet.
Arabchi traveled today to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin to discuss the ceasefire negotiations. Axios is reporting Iran gave the U.S. a new proposal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the war, with nuclear negotiations postponed for a later stage. Meanwhile, Reuters reports an internal Pentagon email has outlined options for punishing NATO allies the Trump administration believes failed to support the U.S. operations in the Iran war, including suspending Spain from the alliance.
Okay.
Lebanon's health ministry reports Israeli strikes killed 14 people and wounded 37 others on Sunday, including 2 children. Despite the U.S.-brokered ceasefire, the Israeli military also ordered residents to evacuate 7 towns north of the Litani River beyond the so-called buffer zone Israeli forces have occupied. Meanwhile, Hezbollah said it had attacked Israeli troops inside Lebanon, as well as the rescue force that came to evacuate them. 1 Israeli soldier was killed and 6 more wounded. More than 2,500 people have been killed in Israeli strikes across Lebanon since March 2nd, including 177 children and 100 medics, according to Lebanon's health ministry. More than 1.2 million people, nearly a fifth of Lebanon's population, have been displaced. In Gaza, Israeli forces killed at least 12 Palestinians Friday, including 8 people killed when Israeli forces struck a police vehicle in Khan Yunis. A separate attack in Gaza City killed 2 police officers. 2 others were killed in the bombing of a house in Beit Lahia in northern Gaza. Since the U.S.-brokered ceasefire last year, Israel's killed at least 984 Palestinians. This is Ala Jaber. His brother was killed in an Israeli attack on Friday.
They should find a solution, and not.
How did somebody get religious settlements?
Where's the new government? Where is the new government? Where is it?
That's crazy.
You hear of 5, 10 martyrs every day. Where? The Israelis advance on us, fire and projectiles, and we are living in the east of Gaza, close to death. Where should we go?
The U.S. Justice Department said Friday it'll use firing squads and single drug lethal injections to kill condemned federal prisoners as it seeks to ramp up and expedite capital punishment. It's also planning to impose new restrictions on the ability of death row prisoners to seek clemency or pardons, along with a regulation designed to cut years off the federal appeals process for state death penalty cases.
Wow, this sounds
At the Vatican, Pope Leo reiterated the Catholic Church's opposition to capital punishment on the same day.
Hey, how's America different to Iran again?
To expand state-sanctioned killings.
In this regard,
we don't kill enough innocent people.
Even after very serious crimes are committed.
Donald, my guy,
effective systems
you know what you should do? Considering that you're also pushing this Christian bullshit,
while at the same time do not completely deprive
you should bring
those
in
who
a
are
charge
of
that you can give to people who just
Later in the
don't
broadcast,
like you,
we'll speak with Sister Helen Prejean, the renowned anti-death penalty activist.
American
we'll
soil or
speak to her
something
in Chicago,
along those
where
lines,
Pope
and
Leo
it's
comes
instant
from.
death penalty.
The Board of Immigration Appeals,
that would make
BIA,
you
has issued a ruling that makes it easy.
A powerful country, you know, not at all insecure or threatened by the people and their voice. You know, you should 100% align yourself with the policies of the Islamic Republic, just like you are. That is 100% the way that you should go. Unfucking real. Like, I'm gonna bomb Iran because of the treatment of women, and then this is what you do. Like, the fact that anybody still believes the government when they are trying to convince you that what they are doing isn't exactly the same as the people that they claim are the most evil people in the world. capital punishment is the tool of idiots and tyrants. It's the only reason that you would need to execute somebody. Yeah.
And Donald Trump is both.
Also, it's kind of funny because isn't the one thing that most people say that capital punishment should be used for is pedophilia? Yet Donald Trump is protecting pedophiles while also increasing the death penalty. Interesting.
Easier for the Trump administration to deport people with DACA. That's Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. The new precedent decision by a 3-judge panel outlined DACA can no longer guarantee deportation relief for thousands of people.
Wow,
the BIA operates within the Department of Justice. The ruling came in the case of Catalina Xochitl Santiago, a DACA recipient and immigration rights advocate who was released from an ICE jail last October after being detained for about 2 months. The targeting of people with DACA has intensified under Trump's second term, with nearly 300 DACA recipients arrested last year, according to the Texas Tribune. In Colorado, an Egyptian mother and her 5 children were detained by federal immigration agents for several hours Saturday, less than 2 days after a federal judge ordered their release from the only U.S. family detention center where they'd been imprisoned for 10 months. Hayam al-Gamal was arrested when she complied with a requirement she check in with an ICE office in Denver. Her lawyer says she and her children were put aboard a deportation flight, but were removed from the plane before it could leave the U.S. after a federal court granted an emergency injunction. The El Gamal family has already endured the longest-known family detention under President Trump's second term at the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley, where they say their mental health suffered as they endured abhorrent medical care, rotten food, and a disregard for their religious freedom to practice Islam, they said.
What?
The Department of Homeland Security
in
has
America?
given guidance to immigration officers instructing them to deny green cards to immigrants who burn the U.S. flag, criticize the state of Israel, or participate in pro-Palestinian campus protests. That's according to the New York Times, citing internal DHS training documents, which have not been previously reported. The guidance discourages officers from granting permanent residency to people with a history of, quote, endorsing, promoting, or supporting anti-American views or anti-Semitic terrorism ideologies or groups, unquote. One example of questionable speech provided to officers is social media post that declares, quote, stop Israeli terror in Palestine, unquote, and shows the Israeli flag crossed out. In Washington, D.C., a federal appeals court ruled Trump's claims of an invasion in order to shut down asylum requests at the U.S.-Mexico border is unlawful. ACLU attorney Lee Gallant, who argued the case, said, quote, this decision puts an end to the inhumane Trump policy of sending people, including families with little children, back to horrific danger without even a hearing, unquote. Trump issued the proclamation on his first day back in office. The U.S. military said Sunday it carried out another strike on a boat in the eastern Pacific Ocean, killing at least 3 people. U.S. Southern Command shared a video of a boat bursting into flames as it moved through open international waters. The Trump administration once again claimed the vessel was carrying drugs without providing any evidence. Since September, the Pentagon says it's killed at least 185 people in strikes on boats in the Caribbean and Pacific. The attacks have been widely condemned as illegal. The Mexican government said Saturday the 2 U.S. CIA agents killed in a car crash in northern Mexico after a drug raid earlier this month were not authorized to participate in such operations in the country. The car crash prompted an investigation into the agents' role, with Mexico's Ministry of Security saying in a statement, quote, Mexican law is clear. It does not permit the participation of foreign agents in operations within the national territory, unquote. 2 Mexican law enforcement officers were also killed in the crash. In Ukraine, Russian drone and missile attacks killed at least 16 people over the weekend, including 9 people killed in Dnipro, where a Russian onslaught sparked fires across the city and partly destroyed several blocks of homes and businesses.
Love that she specifically lays the blame on Russia.
Wounded. This is a 74-year-old resident of Dnipro.
It's something that not a lot of outlets
avoided
do.
death when his apartment building was bombed.
Not everyone's as based as Amy.
Can you imagine the force of the explosion? It was so loud. I was laying down when the first blast went off. Debris started raining down on me, and the balcony was blown away. I had just grabbed a cigarette and gone into the toilet, and the last blast, it went off right next to me, and everything came crashing down. If I hadn't gone to the toilet, I don't know if I'd still be alive.
Slab squatting like a king.
Meanwhile, Russian officials say a Ukrainian attack on the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant killed a worker. The International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, said it had launched an investigation and reiterated that such attacks, quote, endanger nuclear safety and must not take place, unquote. In Mali, armed Tuareg separatists joined fighters with an al-Qaeda-linked affiliate in a massive coordinated attack on the capital Bamako and 4 other cities Saturday. Amidst reports of explosions and gunfire at Bamako's international airport, officials reported Mali's defense minister, Sadio Kamara, was killed when an apparent suicide attacker set off a truck bomb at his residence. Mali's military ruler, General Assimi Goïta, was reportedly moved to a secure location after his home was targeted. He has yet to make a public statement. And Maine's Democratic governor, Janet Mills, has vetoed what would have been the nation's first statewide moratorium on large AI data centers. Mills said in a statement she's
right there.
the
Get her.
landmark bill because it did not include an exception on a data center in the town of Jay at the site of a vacant mill that shuttered in 2023. Maine's data center moratorium had drawn strong bipartisan support and was backed by Maine residents who'd raised alarm about the potential threats to the environment and higher energy costs. At least a half a dozen states, including New York and Michigan, have considered similar measures. To see our coverage of this story with the sponsor of the Maine legislation, go to democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
Who farted?
Wasn't me. Buffer not going well. Buffer not going well. Found some bad guys.
On February 14th, 2025, an explosion ripped a hole in Chernobyl's tomb. The new safe confinement, or NSC, the steel structure now covering the destroyed Unit 4 reactor, was struck by what an embattled Ukraine alleges to be a Russian-made Shahed drone.
Kurdistan?
The detonation created a large opening
and
smoldering fire
one?
that spread in between the inner and outer layers of the 100-meter-tall edifice. Though both the hole and the fire were contained by on-site firefighting efforts, it only affected a small percentage of what is the world's largest movable land-based object. The long-term impact to this relatively fragile megastructure was far worse than anyone realized. The goal of this video is to explain how a single strike has compromised Chernobyl for years to come.
No.
And what happens now.
I mean, Constantinople's already right there. We can't have Istanbul as well.
The organization who has been the primary administrator of billions in international funds dedicated to making the site safe since 1995. Our aim here is to bring you never-before-seen footage of the Chernobyl power plant and 2025 drone strike, to detail the just-released report of the new future of the new safe confinement, and to ask for your help. Chernobyl's entanglement with Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine started early. On February 24th, 2022, the site near the country's border with Belarus was stormed by tanks and trucks. Soldiers took over the power plant and took around 300 personnel hostage. Over the next 4 weeks, the plant workers were forced to continue their duties at gunpoint, with little to no food and almost no rest. The Russians trashed their offices, damaged plant buildings, and dug trenches in grossly contaminated ground. It remains unclear if the soldiers knew that cesium-137
I really
sat
hope they all get
alongside their
cancer.
AK-47s.
If they're alive.
The trench digging and
Hopefully
tank
they're all
movement
dead.
ended up kicking up decades-old reactor fuel and fission products and briefly increased the ambient levels of radiation on site.
Awesome.
The increase was negligible from a health physics perspective, but it indicated that the Russians either didn't know or didn't care about how their presence could change the safety of the site. Reports of young soldiers suffering radiation sickness, however, were never officially substantiated. Thankfully, after 600 hours of occupation, the Russians left the power plant on March 31st, ceding it back to Ukraine. The released workers did not cower or capitulate. They continued their important security and maintenance work, even making themselves patches to commemorate their fortitude. For a while, things went back to normal, at least as normal as they can be during an invasion. That all changed in the February of 2025, when one drone created the single most significant threat to the long-term safety of Chernobyl in 40 years. To understand how a single targeted strike could cripple the new safe confinement, you need to know how it was constructed and what for.
I know how it was
For looking at
constructed.
footage like this and thinking that, while it's certainly not a good thing, there's no way a relatively small hole really disabled a dome that could fit the Statue of Liberty and the Roman Colosseum inside it at the same time, right? But the NSC isn't your typical building. In fact, it has more in common with the International Space Station than it does a skyscraper. The first steel sections of the megastructure that would be the new safe confinement went up in 2012. It was started off-site to minimize radiation exposure. Thanks to international donors and EBRD funding of over 2 billion euros, it finally slid into place over the Reactor 4 sarcophagus just 4 years later in 2016, pushed by hydraulic pistons and guided by lasers over the course of 15 days. Everything about the NSC is technically impressive. It is the world's largest movable land-based structure, tall and wide enough to fit the Sydney Opera House and host ancient gladiators. It weighs more than an offshore gas platform, is secured by enough screws for an airplane fuselage, and can brace safely against the winds of a level 3 tornado. The NSC is supposed to loom large over the forests of the Chernobyl exclusion zone for the next 100 years. Arguably, the two most important parts of the NSC are the main crane system that lines the spine of the structure and the 2-layer shell. The crane is what will actually decommission the failed reactor inside. It will dismantle the famous and fragile sarcophagus piece by piece until all of the rubble and debris has been sorted, secured, and stored away. But that's going to take decades. The NSC's shell is what ultimately keeps any potential radioactive releases from reaching the environment during decommissioning. It does so with pressure. The outside world is at atmospheric pressure. If the inside of the NSC was at the same pressure, any circulating radioactive dust and/or debris could naturally make it outside. To stop this, the main volume of the arch, all 4 million cubic meters of it, is at a slight negative pressure compared to the outside world. The so-called annular space between the arch's 2 layers adds to this effect by being slightly positively pressured. If the inner skin was breached, thanks to simple physics, clean air from the annular space would move in and contamination couldn't move out. If any drone or missile or anything else pierced both of the NSC's layers, the same would happen. It took terrorism, but the design passed the test. The International Space Station operates in one of the harshest environments imaginable, and so, like the NSC, it has to create and carefully maintain an interior environment that, if put in jeopardy by a puncture, needs to be immediately addressed. Thankfully, the multi-layer hulls of the ISS have never been fully compromised. The station has been struck over 1,000 times without real issue. But then again, it's never been struck by something 1,000 times larger than orbital debris and loaded with explosives. Also like the ISS, it's a relatively fragile, highly technical, pressurized megastructure that is meant to protect what's inside. Even a pin-sized hole in the ISS is a problem that requires a swift fix. Now, with the International Space Station in mind, watch this footage of the 2025 drone strike and never-before-seen shots from the inside of the NSC immediately after. Imagine something like this happening in space.
Good. I hope they got their sack of potatoes. They earned it.
It would be bad enough if the Shahed just made a hole and compromised the pressurized annular space. But it didn't just make a hole. It started a fire that spread underneath the dome's protective skin. It pierced components with shrapnel. It bent important structural elements. This wasn't like shooting a bullet at a bunker. This was like ramming a satellite into a space station. The hole was bad, but the fire was worse. The exploding drone had ignited the shell's insulating materials, and firefighters had to cut open dozens of additional hull-compromising holes in the structure just to check where the fire was. Drone footage would later reveal that there was fire damage across one entire side of the structure. As you can see for the very first time, to get the fire under control, firefighters had to do almost more damage to the outside of the NSC
cut into the
than the drone
roof.
did.
Crazy.
The spreading fire was stopped after 17 days. It was no small effort.
Oh, is that
like
all?
Astronauts on a spacewalk, plant workers covered in tools and safety equipment had to put themselves on the edge of a 100-meter-tall void while completing technical
looks like
work.
Basil's fucked.
The crisis was over, the hole was patched. But because much of the damage was invisible, and the threat of any radiological release eliminated, the international media stopped paying attention.
He's got a pretty sizable
They shouldn't
army.
have. Before the drone strike, it's likely that we could have witnessed the final cleanup of Chernobyl in our lifetimes. Now, it's unlikely that we'll see it this century. The two companies that previously formed the consortium that built the NSC have now completed the first technical assessment of the damage from the 2025 strike. It is not good. Chernobyl now needs at least 6 different kinds of repairs. First of all, and most obviously, the components that were compromised and or destroyed by the explosive force of the drone have to be repaired and weatherproofed. Next, the external surface of the new safe confinement has to be restored to the point of air tightness. Though no contamination escaped the structure after the strike, proper pressurization is needed to make sure that it never does. Recall the dozens of holes that had to be cut just to check the extent of the fire. All of those holes have to be repaired, sealed, and tested by technicians on ropes 30 stories above the ground. Only then can the space in between the two skins of the NSC be properly ventilated. Only then will the legitimately enormous volume the structure contains be secure. The most concerning find of this first report, however, is that the drone strike also compromised the enormous main crane system. This is the machine that will clean up Chernobyl. It's supposed to be what allows the power plant to slowly but surely take the sarcophagus apart under the safety of the NSC so that the reactor building itself, the fuel inside, and yes, even the elephant's foot lurking in the basement below, can be finally disposed of as nuclear waste. It is not an exaggeration to say that every moment this crane is compromised pushes the final decommissioning of the power plant further and further into the future. And so, before the thousands of people who work at CHNPP can resume their important work, the main crane has to be repaired, which, like everything else, is no small feat, especially in the most radiologically contaminated place on the planet. The report concludes that the new safe confinement may not return to functionality for the remainder of this decade, And that, if repairs and construction and funding go as planned, which they likely won't thanks to Russian aggression in the region, restoration will cost at least €500 million. That is money that Ukraine literally cannot afford to spend right now. To be clear, Chernobyl is not the radiological risk that most people think it is. It is not releasing contamination into the environment. The thousands of plant workers there are not getting radiation sickness. The puppies on site are surprisingly healthy.
But nuclear is always bad.
Why is Chernobyl important today? Well, there's a lot to be learned. Dismantling a destroyed reactor like this is unprecedented. Doing so will therefore teach us a lot about remote technologies that can operate in high radiation environments and environmental remediation techniques. The site is also a symbol of unprecedented international collaboration across decades, one that gave Ukraine the confidence to look towards the future instead of towards the past. The drone strike has shattered that confidence. Supporting the efforts at Chernobyl, especially now, is the same reason why I continue to support the Clean Future Fund's Dogs of Chernobyl program. It's a unique opportunity to learn things we simply can't anywhere else in the world. All of this is why the EBRD and I are now asking for your help. We want to once again signal to the international community that Chernobyl and Ukraine are worth supporting. And all you have to do is interact with this video in any way. If you found it educational, interesting, or at least worth your time, leave a comment, like it, share it with somebody. Yes, the EBRD's work in Chernobyl is supported by the European Union,
you got your
France,
wish.
Norway, the United Kingdom, Canada, Germany, the Taiwan Business EBRD Technical Cooperation Fund, Belgium, and Italy. But we want this to be something those donors see as important to you. If you want to learn more about the EBRD's tremendous efforts in Ukraine, you can head to their website here for even more unique footage from inside the exclusion zone. Leaves fall silent in Pripyat. Whispers
I've always wanted to go there.
The town is now a forest. Old propaganda cracks and yellows in the sunlight. There's something special here. A past worth learning from. People worth helping.
Doggos worth patting.
Until next time.
It's a really cool sort of place frozen in time. I've always wanted to go there.
And I was never, excuse me.
Guess I'll never get to go there.
You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace.
Unless
go
we
ahead,
do
let's finish the interview.
some
The other thing that he
work in Ukraine, then maybe we can go there.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, Sal.
Mr. President,
And I was
these are
never,
the gunman's words.
excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in the other thing.
As you may have heard, there was a shooting outside of the White House press conference, White House Correspondents' dinner on Saturday night. Now,
so it's pretty much everybody's in agreement that it's a false flag.
I don't give an absolute F about that event. It was there was one time Stephen Colbert was quite good. In 2006.
Michelle Wolf. That's the all-timer, I think.
I don't even remember that one. When was that?
2018?
Yeah, that was Trump.
Oh, 2018.
Before Trump got rid of it because he was upset that he was getting made fun of. Although it is significant in that many people draw the White House Correspondents' Dinner where Obama made fun of Trump to his face about birtherism and played the Lion King video and said it was his birth video. Many people say that's when Trump decided to run for president. So,
I think there's something to that. But for me,
I don't.
Like,
I think that's silly.
The best of the White House
agree.
Correspondents' Dinner is when the correspondents are being indicted.
I
mean, the failure of the media in the aughts was particularly acute. Now, they don't have the same power. The people in that room don't have the same power they had 20 years ago. They simply don't.
I mean, I really hope Sam addresses the fact that he hasn't done these for a while, and now that he's got control of the media, he's now doing them.
Maybe not necessarily in terms of reporting. There's a lot less. But in terms of narrative building, and make no mistake about it, the vast majority of those people in that room were are narrative builders, whether they claim to be or not. Certainly, there are competent reporters, but nevertheless,
there you go.
So I generally don't care about that event at all. I had no idea what was going on. I think even YouTube
missed
at one
the tribal
point asked
village.
us, like, "Are you guys going to cover that?"
Where?
And I'm like,
Up in the
"Wait,
north.
what?"
Oh, my scout died. Is what happened.
Oh.
And people have parties
Another
down
barbarian
there. But this
slinger
year,
came out of
it
nowhere.
was it got
he had
more
no
attention because a shooter who has been
Why I bought another
identified,
one.
apparently like a very well-educated guy. Oddly, despite the fact that the president says he was anti-Christian, seems to have been quite Christian, belonging to like a Christian brotherhood or something like that. But his politics are decidedly anti-Trump policy. And apparently in his manifesto, he cited some rather generic complaints about Donald Trump. It wasn't tax cuts for the rich. It wasn't, hey, you guys are undermining the IRS. You are undermining the Department of Education. It was more sort of like general corruption critique.
Like if Kash Patel were to drunkenly type into ChatGPT, come up with a manifesto for a shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it would come out like that. Like, just in theory, that's what it could be, right?
No, I have no idea.
Did you
but
know
that's an
that
interesting
the
theory.
bullet casing said ballroom? No, they didn't.
No, it didn't. Okay.
Right?
But here, Donald Trump sat down with Nora O'Donnell. This is from the Bulwark. I guess they pulled this already. So
arrest them 60 minutes.
Exactly. But this is the president addressing apparently Nora O'Donnell's audacity at mentioning the manifesto and some of the more sordid parts of it.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me.
Just keep
I was
asking.
totally
So do you think he was
exonerated.
referring to
Your friends
you?
on the other side of
I'll pause it for a
the
second. I
plate.
just, I don't want to get nitpicky here. I'm not exactly sure what he was totally exonerated from. I do know that a civil court, which does have a lower standard of proof, but a pretty high one in and of itself, but lower than a criminal court, found him liable
on that.
for rape.
Okay,
now,
but
again,
protect my scout from the slinger.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
No, move your guy right in front of him right now.
I can't.
You're a traitor.
Literally couldn't.
Yeah, you let him die. Over there,
Sure.
fortified.
I was healing.
You were full health.
Oh my god. Look how much damage I did to it.
Yeah, thanks.
Why does my warrior do so much damage?
I'm gonna bomb you. Probably
Why does
because he
my
has an
warrior
upgrade
do
and you have the bonus damage to barbarian policy.
But I've never almost one-shot a slinger as a warrior in the early game. I'm blown away by how much damage that was. I see why I couldn't get through the other side. Is because it's a bay.
I'll give you a bay.
as a civil matter, not as a criminal matter.
Now I'm less concerned about building units.
I don't
to
know
take
what
out
he was
these,
fully exonerated
barbarians.
from, ever.
He just keeps he's said that ever since the Epstein files have been released.
I'm
that
just
he's fully
trying
exonerated.
to take him at face value. Now, apparently his name was in the Epstein files more than anyone else's, which, I mean,
I'm gonna get a golden age of tribal villages.
The hottest guy in the country.
It's so hot. I mean,
everyone can't stop talking to me.
If everybody's files were released, that'd be the #1 guy mentioned.
That's what Michael Wolff said, that Epstein and Trump were best friends for over a decade. So that's what Epstein said to him. What would track?
I'm not a friend.
No.
Credit to her for saying, "Oh, you think he's referring to you?"
Oh, right. Yes, that was pretty well done.
I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with
you got a
me.
slinger coming
I was
over as
totally
well.
exonerated. Your friends on
Do you want to loot
other
or
side
get
of
rid of this one?
Hey,
look, a
are the
comment.
ones that were
Pause it for 1
involved
second.
with-
What the
Hell
hell does
yeah.
that mean?
Don't let that barbarian.
Friends on the other side of the plate?
It's too late.
You got a lot of lesbian friends.
Oh no.
Right.
Or gay friends. But
Other side of the plates, because he was going to say other side of the aisle. Then mid-sentence, remembered he's talking to a journalist.
Democrat.
And he's not
Exactly.
talking about
Or
it.
he's just hungry.
Yeah.
but on the other side of the plate, the people who... Go ahead.
plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are the
never,
gunman's words.
excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that
60
he wrote
minutes?
in
You're
the
disgraceful.
other thing.
One of the more
I mean, the
respected outlets.
Okay. These critiques of Donald Trump could have come from really across the board. I mean, we're hearing, disaffected Trump supporters say very similar things. The Epstein stuff, reminder, all of the Epstein stuff was really, really hyped by the right. I mean, and to be sure, there's some very important questions that need to be raised, and some very high-placed people, and the questions of like a two-tiered justice system is present here. But I mean, if he's concerned about the being tagged with the Epstein stuff, it really is in largely like, live by the sword, die by the sword. It's the Epstein controversy was certainly an element of his getting reelected.
Yeah. I mean, I even think like we can go back and look at QAnon and wonder where that originated from. I maintain that it's very interesting that Bannon and Epstein had such a close relationship, and at the same time, with Bannon's familiarity with 4chan, there was somebody who came up on 4chan, then moved to 8chan, called themselves Q, and said they had all of this inside knowledge about pedophiles and drinking blood and it all being associated with the Democrats. It would be a very convenient way to distract from Epstein and Trump's relationship for that long of a period of time. Ahead of an election where there were a lot of controversies about him being, yes, an accused rapist. We didn't know too much about the accusations of pedophilia yet, but we did see those videos of his daughter sitting on his lap, if people want to look those up, and him talking about how attractive she is, or whatever. Yuck.
Swan. Go ahead.
Wasn't he barging into Miss Teen USA's locker room?
That's what I was gonna say, like swanning around these pageants like a great white shark.
Well, nevertheless, Donald Trump is offended by it.
That's what's important.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the...
Such a good boy. Thanks for laying right on my feet. Do you want to get up and try to do something tonight? Try to do some exercising, honey? You want to get up and do some exercising?
Did my other slinger die as well? Fuck me.
You want to do some exercising tonight, Meatball? Huh? You want to do some exercising? Huh? You want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk around the neighborhood? We can bark at people. Tell them what we really think about them. You want to do that? I'll bark with you. I don't care. We had a crappy day today, boy. It's gonna be all right, though, ain't it, buddy? My mama-in-law and his gammy, it's not doing too good. I took Gidget. I should have taken a video, and I didn't. I'm an idiot. I took Gidget up to see her mama at the hospital, and I tried to hide her in a shopping bag. The dumbest thing I could have ever done, because all the nurses knew I had a dog, and they were like, "Take the dog out of the shopping bag. Let me love on her." And look who's about to join the party. Oh, I've got to get her out here. Fergie's coming out, honey. Fergalicious. Look at her. Baby girl. Come on, baby. Come on, sweetie. Come on. Good girl. Fergie and Meatball. Good girl, Ferg. I painted the lions. Oh, he don't like that. Don't you bark at me, Barky. Come on, Meatball. You're not going inside, sweetie. We're going to stay up for a little while. I'll take you in a little bit. Come on, Meatball. Back his legs. Come on, ball of meat. Come on, honey. Where did Fergie go? Look at Fergalicious. Love you, Ferg. What a day. You're such a good boy. Thanks for laying right on my feet.
You're a precious dog. Look, another
the military
dog.
draft actually look like, how would it be conducted, and what kind of conflict would necessitate a draft by the United States? There have been a lot of memes going around where people joke, me during World War III when I find the tank's Bluetooth, or genuine question about how to avoid a draft. You see this on TikTok, you see this on Reddit, you see this on Twitter. So this is for all the men aged 18 to 26 who could be subject to a draft.
And you cop that jail time.
If you know someone
like
who's
a
afraid
real
of being
fucking
drafted,
man,
please send this video to them. I'm going to give this to you straight. I spent 20 years as an infantryman.
Because
I served
at
in
the end
Iraq.
of the day,
I drove down
they
the
can't
roads
jail
insurgents
everybody.
really didn't want us
And
to
are they
drive down.
really going to
And I
keep
was a
people in
volunteer.
prison
I
for
volunteered
dodging
to
the
go to
draft
Iraq.
if
I
enough
volunteered
people
to get
dodge
on
it?
the road and drive.
There's no
I was
fucking
never
way.
Stop lost. I was never forced into active duty. I chose to do it. But I understand that not everybody has that desire. Now, here's the thing. A lot of young people are frightened because President Trump signed the National Defense Authorization Act into law, and a section of that bill mandates automatic selective service registration. So what is selective service? It's what we call the military draft, or conscription. Registration is mandatory for all males aged 18 to 26. Now, prior to the 2026 National Defense Authorization Act, you had to manually register. You went down to the post office or you filled out an online form. Penalties for failure to register was up to a $250,000 fine and 5 years in prison. Although the last time someone was prosecuted was like the 1980s. It essentially never happens. So why was selective service established? Well, the draft ended in 1973, right at the tail end of the Vietnam War. But a soft draft system was set up in 1980 after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. This soft draft would require people to register a draft in case of a wide-scale conflict, but it did not mean that they were immediately going to start drafting men. Now, this was coming off a widely unpopular military draft during Vietnam, which was filled with so many loopholes and deferments that if you had money or influence, you could avoid being drafted. So how did men avoid the draft during Vietnam? There are a couple of ways to avoid the draft. First off, every inductee was assigned a category. If you were Category 1A, you were considered fit for military service. If you were Category 4F, you were not qualified for military service. And there are a number of other categories.
How do I get that 4F?
For other kinds of classifications.
Cut your dick off.
Vietnam was primarily a ground war, so some people enlisted in the Air Force or the Navy. That is what my father did. He enlisted in the Air Force to avoid Vietnam.
Where are you running?
Some people registered as conscientious objectors and received the 1O category, although at the time of Vietnam, only certain religious sects who were morally opposed to war were given that category. We're talking the Quakers, the Amish, Jehovah's Witnesses. Those are all exempt. Other people got married and had children, which put them in an exempt category. Attending college was also
Really?
an option since college students were automatically deferred.
Is that gay
President
marriage
Clinton
too?
received one of those deferments while serving in college.
If I marry my
training,
homie, do I get to dodge
which
the
is
draft?
also called 1D. He served in ROTC in order to get that qualification.
Is that disrespectful to gay marriage?
Others received a medical
Probably.
deferment. In some cases, this was legitimate. During World War II, my grandfather on my mother's side received a 4F because his right arm was locked at a 90-degree angle from a childhood accident. In other cases, a draftee would convince a friendly doctor to exaggerate a medical condition in order to make them unfit
It's
for
permanently
service.
stuck like this.
President Trump was actually accused of this, which is why you always hear the word bone spurs. According to the available records, President Trump had several deferments. Student deferments, called a 1S, until he received a 1Y medical deferment, and ultimately he received a 4F deferment. Others avoided the draft by joining the National Guard, which was not deployed to combat during Vietnam. Some have accused President George W. Bush for joining the Texas Air National Guard as a pilot in order to avoid being sent to Vietnam. And finally, about 100,000 men just fled the country, with Canada being the most popular destination.
Yeah, he's a
But oftentimes during Vietnam, when someone was at risk of being drafted, they went right to the Army recruiter and volunteered, because then you could choose your job.
Choose your training. You're the boss. Pick your school and pick your course. Learn radio, photography, mechanics, or topography, engineering, electronics, guided missiles, or atomic.
The Army is big, and there are many different jobs. Back during Vietnam, the tooth-to-tail ratio, or ratio of support personnel to combat personnel, was about 1 in 10. So for every infantryman who's actually pulling a trigger, you have 10 other guys who are driving trucks or working in warehouses. And if you get one of those support jobs, your chances of seeing combat are far less likely, or at least they were far less likely during Vietnam. So how could a draft work today? Well, there's a couple of steps, and you can find them all on the Selective Service website. First off, you need some kind of large-scale conflict which exceeds the ability for the military to recruit and also exceeds the number of personnel in the National Guard and Reserves. There's a little over 2 million troops among all components, active duty reserves, National Guard, and serving with the Army, the Navy, the Space Force, the Coast Guard, the Marine Corps. So we would need a conflict that exceeds that number of personnel. There's also another lever that the U.S. could pull, which is called stop loss. These are where people who are currently serving are essentially banned from leaving the military. So a number of things have to happen before anyone considers a draft. The second step is that Congress would need to amend the law to allow the president to directly induct civilians in the military. This would require 218 votes in the House and 51 votes in the Senate. Once the president signs the bill, the process begins.
I'm going straight for Swordman.
The next step is the assembly of draft boards. This would be composed of reserve force officers along with selected military retirees to evaluate these inductees at a local level, along with an appeals board and a national board.
Yeah, I don't want my
the
fucking
next step
horses.
is a lottery.
You get
During
double
Vietnam,
horses
this
when
was
you
done
produce a
by
horse
loading
unit.
birth dates into capsules
Wait, really?
and then pulling those
Yes.
capsules out randomly. In 1969, the first birth date selected
Look at your
was
abilities
September 14th.
again.
So all of those people who were born on September
Guess I'll
14th
go
had
for
a
the
draft
horses.
number of 1. In 1969, numbers 1 through 195 were called to report. This translated to a little over 300,000 men. From that number, about half of those who reported were actually inducted. The rest were rejected due to various reasons, like physical ailments, or they were college students, legal issues, or religious issues, and so on. Numbers 196 through 366 weren't called at all that year. Odds are today we would use a similar system, first drafting men who are 20 years old, followed by those who are 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 19, and then 18 years old. Induction notices are then sent out, and the inductee will have the opportunity to make any claims for a postponement, a deferment, or an exemption. They'll then be sent to MEPS, or Military Entrance Processing Station. This is where the inductee will undergo physical and psychological evaluations. Once complete, they'll either be inducted into the military or rejected and sent home. Total time between the activation of selective service to the actual induction is supposed to be 193 days. Once you're inducted, you'll go to basic training, followed by advanced training, or your job training. If you are inducted as an infantryman, you go and you learn how to fight. If you're inducted as an intelligence analyst, you learn how to read signals intelligence or interrogate prisoners. So those are the schools that you attend afterwards. And once those schools are finished and the duration of the school varies, you will finally be sent to your unit. Why aren't women drafted? Now, historically, this is because women are restricted to non-combat roles.
They're too emotional.
A draft was designed
obviously.
to generate combat forces, so any kind of draft of women would create a gender distinction. This was upheld in a 1981 Supreme Court case, but women have been permitted to serve in combat roles since 2013. So if a draft were enacted, the selective service law might have to be changed to include women. So finally, what are the odds of a draft? It would take a lot. For example, if you look at the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. was able to meet its recruitment goals by lowering the induction standards and raising the cash bonuses for joining. We also extensively use the National Guard and Reserves. Russia, who's been fighting in Ukraine for the past 4 years, tried a partial draft mobilization in September 2022, and they quickly put that program on hold due to the general unpopularity. So it would take some sort of massive globe-spanning conflict, or perhaps a direct threat of the invasion of the United States, and nobody really has that capability to do that.
That is
so what are your
exactly
odds of
how
being
it should
drafted?
be.
Generally,
Nobody
about 75%
should be going
of
to be
draft age
drafted
males are ineligible
unless there's a
for
direct
military
threat
service
of
today.
invasion.
Disqualifications include drug use, obesity, medical conditions, and psychological issues. Now, in the event of a draft, odds are if you are obese, you will be sent to a training unit until you are fit enough for service. If you have a history of drug use, you will get treatment until you're clean and sober. So obesity and drug use might not get you a medical deferment. If you have conditions like asthma,
I'm gonna keep smoking my weed.
vision,
I need
hearing,
it for medical. If you
heart
want me to be able to
abnormalities,
shoot cunts, I
psychiatric
need to
or
not have
neurological
migraines.
disorders, you will probably gain
So
some
either
medical
issue
deferment.
me edibles
Currently,
or fuck
diagnosed autism spectrum disorder is a disqualifying condition for joining the military, but that can be medically waived for volunteers. Unfortunately, I cannot speculate as to whether those who are at the high end of the autism spectrum would be drafted. Also note, it
Holy
is
shit, my
possible
units
that
heal
the
when I
selective
kill
service
people.
law could be altered
That's
to
great.
allow for skills-based conscription. I could see this if the military suddenly decides it needs a lot
Do
of
they?
doctors
Is that one of
or a
your
lot of
abilities?
computer programmers. Modern war, especially with the
Eliminate a
advent of
unit,
drones,
heal
is
up to
much more
30 hit
complex
points.
than Vietnam.
Amazing.
Finally, I have to talk about
if
the
you can
political
see
costs.
iron,
Unless
mark the
America
iron I
is
have,
attacked
please.
directly or there's some sort of existential threat, the activation of selective service would be extremely unpopular. The last time the general public thought this was necessary was World War II. Nobody likes being drafted, but during World War II, the system was generally considered fair. So let me leave you with this. If the United States is actually drafting people, something has gone catastrophically wrong. If we're at that point, whether or not you're drafted is probably not your biggest problem. But here's the good news. We are nowhere near that right now, not even close. The U.S. military has spent the last 50 years building a professional, dedicated force that doesn't need a draft. And so far, it's worked. So if you're seeing TikToks and Reddit posts about getting dragged into World War III next week, relax. That is not how this works.
Come on,
Thank you for watching.
Hey, what's going on with Shipping? Sal Mercagliano here. A lot of discussion about the effectiveness of the U.S. blockade. Lots of reports coming out on social media and in the mainstream media talking about ships slipping past the United States and whether or not the U.S. blockade is being effective. We're going to break that down for you today and let you judge for yourself how effective the United States is in
Does
preventing
archery give you
Iranian
horse
vessels
archers?
from sailing
No,
from their ports
archery.
to other ports
sorry,
around
the
the world.
horses.
If you're new to the channel, hey, take a
Okay.
moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So we got a couple
you've
of
got
examples of the U.S.
One brick in your
enforcing the
your
blockade.
territory.
Probably everybody's attention was the container ship Tuska. So we had a briefing on Friday from
Yeah.
Secretary Hegseth and General Kane. And General Kane, as usual, gave us more information on the event. In particularly, he talked about the fact that there were other steps besides shooting into the vessel, which we thought was going to be the case. There were warnings fired at Tuska, shots across the bow.
Hey, you knew what
of
it meant,
them.
right?
And then they fired basically inert shots, basically solid shots into the engine space of the Tuska, so not explosive shells, but shells that are designed to just pop a hole in the side of the ship. And the U.S. has taken control. These images posted by U.S. Central Command show the motor vessel Tuska along with other vessels. That's an LPD right there with the Tuska. You can see it looks
it's
like
funny because
women
are
destroyer maybe in the
technically
background
better
there.
shots.
Not sure from which deck they're taking this image from. So this is from the deck of a military Sealift Command expeditionary support base in ESB, either the USS John Canley or the Miguel Keith. This is the motor tanker Tiffany. Now, this is not a Iranian tanker, but a foreign flag tanker. Specifically, this tanker has a false registry. And the fact that it was flying a false flag gives the United States the authorization, along with any other Navy on the planet, to board the vessel. The ship was also under an OFAC sanction, and therefore they decided to execute the takedown. You'll notice in the background there the ESB alongside. The ESB is actually a modified tanker, just with the midsection missing and a flight deck stuck on top of it and a well deck or main deck where they can launch boats from. The other vessel grabbed was this one, the Majestic X. Another foreign flag tanker with a false registry. Here you see the crews fast roping on board. Now there will be U.S. Coast Guard personnel with them. You can see the expeditionary support base in the background, and this will be conducted in the seizure very similar to what we saw with the Venezuelan tankers, where the Coast Guard enforces a right to search the vessel since it's a stateless vessel, and then because of a Department of Justice warrant against the ships are seized. So going to hop over here to marine traffic. These are the tracks of the three ships. Tuska is the green line here. We're going to show you where she is. She's up here in the Gulf of Oman and northern Arabian Sea. But first I want to show you the the Tiffany and what is shown here as Phoenix, but that is the Majestic X. You'll see where the ships were taken down here about halfway between Sri Lanka and the Malacca Straits. The ships were heading here for Singapore. So this is actually in the Indo-Pacific area of control. So that's why I think the ESB was the Miguel Keith, because she is attached to the Pacific Fleet. Notice the ships are heading on a southwesterly heading. That seems to be taking them down here to Diego Garcia. As I mentioned to you before, Diego Garcia is one of those advanced bases the U.S. have been using. Did a whole video on logistics recently with that. So here is Tuska. Last position we have for her.
You're going to have to run into
April.
China eventually.
But the images I showed you before had steam coming up out of her, or smoke coming out. We always say steam on ships, even though it's not steam ships anymore. They're diesels.
See this
had the ship underway, so obviously the engine room was not disabled as we had smoke coming from it. Not sure where she is right now, whether she's being towed or sailed into another port. Then over the last 24 hours, we get these images posted by Central Command showing destroyers with intercepted tankers. Can't make out who this is with them right there.
That's the only place.
So this image was posted yesterday on Central Command. This is the USS Rafael Perlata DDG 115.
Because according to the quote here,
enforcing the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports. Fortunately, our buddies over at Tanker Trackers had a better look at this tanker and identified her as the NITC Herbie, IMO number 9362059. Now, she was heading from the Riau Archipelago, which is an area off the eastern coast of Malaysia and Singapore, where she had transferred 2 million barrels of Iranian crude oil via ship-to-ship transfer. Now, she last pinged on AIS on April 12th off the southwest coast of India. She was heading back toward Iran. It takes about a week to reach Iran from there. This took twice as long due to the blockade, but as you can see, she was intercepted by the Peralta. The Herbie here is obviously empty, light-loaded. You can see how high up she is. But this is an indication that the U.S. is capturing or diverting ships on the way into the blockade. They're preventing empty ships from getting into Iranian waters to load. So I'll take you here over to Tanker Trackers on X. Their feed is a must follow. I mean, if you want to know anything about the blockade, really need to follow them. There's a couple of key ones to follow, but definitely one. So they posted this 6 hours ago. 4 empty Iranian oil tankers attempting to re-enter Iran have been identified in the EEZ, that's the exclusive economic zone of Pakistan. One of the things we think is happening is Iranian ships are trying to run in the territorial waters of Pakistan and India into Iranian waters. The U.S. is not going to violate Pakistan, Indian territorial waters without their permission. Then you get this post, which is really interesting. There were 3 very large crude carriers loading crude oil at Karg Island yesterday, April 24th. That is 6 million barrels. Based on their movements, we believe that 2 of these VLCCs are Iranian flagged, while the third is a freelance. And this comes from the Copernicus Sentinel-1 satellite. Then on April 23rd, we get this post. Although it's not their latest locations, these are the latest satellite imagery sightings we have of Iranian flag tankers carrying crude oil. The U.S. Navy went down to the Indian Ocean to redirect a couple of them back to Iran, and you can see those locations here. And then on April 23rd, this was interesting to say the least. To prepare for the possibility of running out of oil storage at Karg Island, Iran has brought Naisha, IMO number 9079107, out of retirement. She's a 30-year-old VLCC that's been anchored empty for the past few years, currently spending 4 days on a trip that should take 1.5 to 2 days. She is being towed. And if you're asking why they're doing that, they're worried that if there's not enough oil tankers to fill, they're going to have to fill shore tanks. If they fill up shore tanks and there's nowhere else to stick the oil, they've got to shut the wells. And when you cap off a well, what you do is damage the well. You got to keep that pressure coming out. It's like a garden hose, except the pressure on the garden hose continually increases and increases until it's eventually going to explode. That's the danger, and that's what's happening right now. All right, so that gives you a little bit of an indication of what's happening, but that's not even down to the granular level I want to go to. Let's go to a post that was put out there by a good friend of the show, Michelle Weiss-Bachmann, over at Windward. Now, if you don't know Windward AI, they have this dashboard that is up for you to take a look at. It is an excellent source to go get your quick information needs if you need it. For example, it has your key metrics, how many vessels are in the Gulf, Hormuz inbound crossings, Hormuz outbound crossings, dark activity events, and vessels attacked. It also includes a daily intelligence summary. It has vessel movements so that you can track them. Nice. Also has a great breakdown of the fleet that's behind the Persian Gulf. Now, again, they're looking at deep draft ocean-going fleet, not all the smaller vessels that are in there. So, for example, here you see 766 vessels in the Gulf. 81 of them are crude tankers. 50 are container ships. 39 liquefied natural gas and LPG tankers. The most common ships are Panamanian, Marshall Islands, Comoros, Liberia, UAE, and then Iranian vessels. The 5 U.S. ships don't even make this list. And then they have analytics for the crossing and destination. Then they have a MEOC, a Maritime Intelligence Operations Center, along with vessel movements and suspected vessels, and a recap here of all the past attacks. Excellent site to go to. I would also recommend this. This is the United Against Nuclear Iran. They do a great shipping update. This is on their blog. And every day, Charlie Brown and Jemina Shelley are updating this largely so that you can get a great snapshot of what is happening. So, for example, here, you can get information on the U.S. blockade. For example, on April 24th, U.S. CENTCOM posted that U.S. forces have directed 34 vessels to turn around and return to an Iranian port since the commencement of the attack. They have a great breakdown here on the status of the Strait of Hormuz, talking about the 2 MSC ships seized by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. They, of course, follow the transits through the Strait of Hormuz, and then they're identifying at least 21 tankers laden with Iranian oil inside the Persian Gulf. And then an examination of the port of Chabahar, which is out in the Gulf of Oman near the Pakistan border. At least 9 Iranian flag tankers laden with Iranian oil are sitting in that area. And then since the outbreak of the conflict,
so
the
you
UANI
get
has tracked at
5
least 50
combat
Iranian
strength for
oil
all
loadings,
units
26 of
when
which
attacking.
originated from Karg. These shipments represent approximately 60 million barrels of Iranian oil, estimated revenue of $5 billion for the IRGC.
Wounded units. Units heal 30
Since the start of
points
the
after
conflict,
killing
the
enemy
UANI
units.
has observed at least 52 Ghost Fleet tankers laden with Iranian oil. These are Dark Fleet tankers. For example, they look at 2 vessels right here, the Felicity
Well,
and then a bunch of melees.
The whole point with her, so like the Sokka or Horse Archer, for example, it's not a good unit. It's like pound for pound, one of the worst unique units, but you get 2 of them, right? And since
that makes them better.
Since you do damage to wounded units, the first Archer attacks, then the second one does even more damage. So as long as you're always attacking in pairs, the second unit is going to do way more damage.
Interesting.
Which pretty much you're always attacking in pairs.
Yes.
But it makes you want to, like, because cavalry is supposed to flank and maneuver, so it makes you want to use that cavalry in a way that it should be being used. Where you're hitting them from 2 angles at the same time.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how it works out.
The Dirya, both of them in the Gulf of Kutch in India. The Felicity left on April 18th, reporting empty, then turned off its AIS. Satellite imagery confirmed that Felicia is heading back toward the Persian Gulf, with the tanker passing the U.S. blockade between April 20th and 21st. The Dirya departed southward on April 19th with a deep draft of 20 meters, then turned off its AIS. Dirya was later observed in satellite imaging traveling southbound along the Indian coastline on April 22nd. Reports suggest the vessel was interdicted by U.S. naval forces, but that is yet to be confirmed. So what they're waiting for is ships to hit that area of open water east of Sri Lanka, heading to the Malacca Strait, where they nabbed those 2 previous tankers. The other area to be aware of is this anchorage we were talking about here, just east of Malaysia. According to UANI, at least 29 Iran-flagged tankers have reached the Southeast Asian waters bound for the eastern outer port limits anchorage off Johor. At least 31 Iran-flagged tankers have been returning and reporting empty to Iran from the Malaysian EOPL. From February 28th, the start of the conflict to today, UANI has recorded 113 tankers laden with Iranian oil in that eastern anchorage, a Ghost Fleet hotspot approximately 70 kilometers off the Malaysian coast. On April 24th, 21 tankers listed on the UANI's Ghost Armada were anchored or loitering in that area with their AIS signals active. Give you an idea what we're talking about. Here's the Malaysian Peninsula, Singapore right here. You can see ships coming through the Malacca Strait, through the Singapore Strait, up into the East China Sea. And then right here, this massive anchorage, red dots represent tankers. You can see just the sea of them here. So this is Michelle's LinkedIn page. Again, a must follow. Used to be over at Lloyd's List, now with Windward AI. I had a great chance to hang around with the crew from Windward AI at the Sea Air Space Expo up at National Harbor this past week. Ami, Grace, it was great to catch up with them and get a chance to meet and talk with them. So let's take a look at Michelle's thread. So how effective has the U.S. blockade been on Iran trading tankers? The disruption across the Gulf of Oman and Arabian Sea is widespread. Chaotic AIS trails tankers not under command. As always, the picture tells the story. Firstly, here's 11 sanctioned tankers and their progress, or lack thereof, in the Arabian Sea. Now, all these tankers are sanctioned tankers, but we're going to break them down here a little bit, as Michelle does in her post.
I guess
so falsely flag Emil IMO 930
the Chinese guy doesn't like
it would
killing
hug the
barbarians,
India's coast to avoid the blockade. Its trajectory in high speed and past hours suggest it's under surveillance. So here's Emil on marine traffic. You'll see she is off the coast of India, heading up toward Pakistan at this time. She's heading about 12 knots on a northwesterly course. The ship is Curacao flagged, about 22 years old, 48,000 ton tanker. So based on what Michelle is talking about, this ship is trying to get back into the Persian Gulf to load. Next, we have the LPG carrier Crave, IMO 9045807. Now, this ship is falsely flagged in Mali and a provider of LPG to the Houthis last year from Iran. And they must have thought they can get away with it. The tanker transited after the blockade was imposed on April 13th, went dark, and then popped up off India's coastline and went dark again. She is back right now. So here is Crave off the coast of India, very close inshore. So obviously using that protection of the Indian coastline here. Just take a moment too and notice the number of ships in the northern Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea area right here. Gives you an idea of the amount of traffic that the United States has to be tracking and identifying in this region. Remember, red are tankers, green are cargo ships, and all those other little dots there are fishing boats that are showing AIS, not to mention every other target in the world that is out there. This is a huge mess. Very difficult to track everything at the same time. Then we have this group of 8 U.S. sanctioned tankers, some of which did outbound transits post-blockade, some of which are sailing for an inbound transit, but they appear to have, to use the phrase Michelle uses, kettled into this area. So this is the area here just outside the Strait of Hormuz. They went that northern route through the Iranian toll booth, coming south here into the area off Fujairah, the Gulf of Oman. The U.S. blockade is off to the bottom right here. So here's the track for those 8 ships: the Billy, the Chloe, the Nero, the Hong Yun, the Purdue Stellar, the Mita, the Elcano, and the Unity. And again, what we have here is probably a lot of false information, for example, coming out of Iraq when they're probably coming out of Iran, some of them. But they're all holding here just outside in the Gulf of Oman. And remember, that blockade line is right here. So this is where the U.S. is enforcing turning ships around. So while ships can run the Strait of Hormuz, it doesn't mean they're getting out past the blockade. Now, one of the things that Michelle notes is many tankers are now drifting and showing not under the command as they stop sailing for Hormuz. So the Sea Opera, the Elizabeth, the Amak, and the Nora. One of the tankers that Michelle takes note of is this tanker, the Nikki, which is a prime target sailing from Bandar Abbas and now hugging the Iran coastline in the territorial waters. That's that purple line there. Likely the ship will end up in Chabahar, another area where redirected ships have been kettled by CENTCOM. Here's the information on marine traffic. 8-year-old chemical tanker flagged in Iran, capable of carrying about 50,000 tons. She is blasting away on her AIS. She's right here in the port of Chabahar, and again, that is right by the blockade. If we change this chart, this purple line here represents roughly where we believe the blockade line is, and she is sitting there pierside right now. Now, she identified 3 other tankers to keep an eye on. This is the Impalas, the Fuyo, and the Titan. So here are their positions on
the spirit of the walk.
April. You'll see the routes taken. Titan was over here. The Fuyo was over here by Sri Lanka. And then the Impalas came out of Malaysia, out of Singapore, turned off its AIS. It didn't drive across India. And then popped up. It looks like all of them now are coming into the region.
Now all of China knows you're
the
there.
American blockade line and are now sitting there roughly inside the Gulf of Oman, possibly getting ready to transit. So here's the information on Titan. Curacao flagged, IMO 9293143, 21 years old, 160,000 tons. When you look at these vessels and you run them through compliance checks, what you find out is they're under OFAC sanctions. They have loaded cargo recently, in this case back in March, from Karg Island, and even their ownership is under an OFAC sanction, this one under the United Arab Emirates. Fuyo is a Guinea flag vessel, 23 years old, 107,000 tons. It's coming from Malaysia, and again, you run the compliance on this vessel. You'll notice she's been flagged by OFAC back in 2025, loaded out of Karg Island in 2025, and her ownership has issues under OFAC sanctions. And the last I had 3 there, Impalas crude oil tanker, 27 years old, flagged out of Sao Tome and Principe. This is an island off the western coast of Africa. If that doesn't ring red flags, I'm not sure what does. Nearly 300,000 tons. And again, if we run compliance on her, you'll see the same thing. She's flagged by OFAC for loading at Carg Island back in February of 2026, along with multiple ones. And her ownerships are also under flag here from OFAC. So Michelle concludes her post with this. After watching how Indo-PACOM, that's the Indo-Pacific Command, chased the Venezuelan tankers that defied blockade in December over to the Indian Ocean, and over her observations over the past 48 hours, well, it should be 72 hours now, the blockade is actually biting hard. Her attention is now being focused to those anchorages off the east coast of Malaysia, where as many of 80 tankers are at one time deployed in floating storage and doing ship-to-ship transfers. This could be the next pain point. Finally, many of these tankers are falsely flagged and thus stateless and able to be boarded and interdicted. At least 2 tankers of the 34 redirections announced by the Department of War/Defense are subject to civil forfeiture. It appears being falsely flagged is an acute vulnerability for all these tankers. Now, one of the interesting things that's being done here is the U.S. is boarding and seizing stateless tankers, much as they did with the Venezuelan tankers. Yes, they have boarded one Iranian ship, but that seems to have been the example. The rest of them are being turned and herded around toward anchorages. They don't want to seem to attack, board, and get into a direct confrontation with the Iranians. Instead, it is much easier and legal, by the way, to board stateless vessels and take them. And if you want my example of this, this is the one that CENTCOM has just posted today. This is the LPG-7. Yesterday, Motor Vessel 7 was among 19 Shadow Fleet vessels sanctioned by the U.S. Department of Treasury for activities related to transporting billions of dollars worth of Iranian energy, oil, and gas products, including propane and butane, to foreign markets. Earlier today, 7 was intercepted in the Arabian Sea by a U.S. Navy helicopter from the guided missile destroyer USS Pinckney, DDG-91. And the vessel is currently complying with the U.S. military direction to turn back to Iran under escort. U.S. forces continue to enforce U.S. sanctions, fully implement the blockade against ships or entering or departing Iranian ports. 37 vessels have been redirected since the start of the blockade. Take you over to marine traffic again. This is LPG-7, 27 years old, flagged in Panama, which the U.S. has an agreement by which they can board ships. We saw this during the Venezuelan takedowns. Here is 7's track right now, coming out of the Persian Gulf, following that route, hanging off in the Gulf of Oman, holding and hugging the Omani coast, and then eventually bolting out here across. And we can see 7 right now is heading northwest, probably toward Chabahar, and that anchorage there back toward Iranian waters. So I'll let you evaluate the effectiveness of the U.S. blockade. Yes, we have ships loading at Carg Island, 6 million barrels of free tankers there. The Iranians are moving a dead tanker up to that area to provide storage. However, what we're seeing is Iranian tankers turned around and herded back into the port of Chabahar. I talked about the other day a series of tankers that were turned around and put back in there by the United States. This is imagery posted by Tanker Trackers on April 23rd. They identified 9 Iranian tankers in Chabahar. There were 5 on April 21st, Hero 2, IMO 936.
You lucked out as well because
and Hetty IMO 9.
The ponytails you have are not right next to each other, so you can build your unique tile on all sides of it. Besides the ones that are mountains and the ones that's this district, you know. Yeah, you want to basically build as many of. I mean, it gives you 2 faith and 3 gold.
Yeah.
Like, keep the farm for now.
And 0 food.
Yeah, keep the farm for now.
Like, I'm keeping this farm on the horse tile right now.
Like, you need those early farms. But eventually farms are more of a liability because the AI will just burn them, you know?
Sure.
What are you playing? Civilization.
Yes.
921-2888. back in Chapar after trying to evade the blockade line. Diona 956-9695
I want to,
has also returned. One of the things that Tanker Trackers has is a database of the satellite imagery of the
a bit of time on the off days. Maybe I'll do some streams just by myself and do deep dive things, or alternatively, I've been trying to become good at this MotoGP game. I might just play that because, like, I think I've played like 20 hours and I've only just won a race.
You should play Super Hang-On.
What is that?
The greatest fucking motorcycle game ever made.
Speaking of Hang On, have you seen Sidecar Racing?
Yes.
It's
I have.
fucking amazing.
We've shown it on stream before.
Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say sidecar racing, go look up British sidecar racing. It is hysterical. Never seen another racing like this.
Ooh. Battle of the Ports. We'll open that real quick. Here, this is Super Hang-On.
That's up and running.
This is so there's two types of arcade. So this is the upright one where you just have a wheel on it. But the other one, it actually has the whole bike and you can lean.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen those ones before.
And then check this. Let's see. Battle of the Ports. Let's see what a port looks like.
The original Super Hang-On video from January 18th.
Looks like shit. Oh, this is just all the systems it was ported to. I thought it was like, oh, we have modern ports? Let's go.
That would be cool. But that's obviously not a sim racing game. This is a sim racing game, which is why it's taken so long to win a race.
Super Hang-On is a racing sim, yes.
Oh, it's meant to be a sim? Interesting.
No, you take damage on your bike and have to maintain it.
Oh, interesting. So, like, I was explaining to my mate the other day about the game, and, like people would be like, oh, well, it's taken 20 hours to win a race, you suck. But I wish that was the case. Because, like, it's, when I say a sim, I've turned it onto the arcade controls.
There's, like, a whole, like, story and everything.
Oh, interesting.
Because it's, like, it's very anime.
Okay. Very 80s video game. Because, like, the way the game works, like, because in the Ride 6 game, which is the other bike game that I play, it also has the split brakes and, like, semi-sim controls, but it doesn't have the instability that the MotoGP game has for whatever reason. So, like, if somebody who's never ridden a bike goes into this game and tries to do the pro controls, they will not be able to complete a race. Because, like, you need to balance engine braking, electronics on the bike, wheelie controls, engine delivering. You can develop the bike. So if you do a weekend, you can go through the practices and develop the bike. It's got adaptive difficulty. So when you're doing qualifying, you don't just get the first spot. It's like you set a fucking heater of a lap and the AI still beat you. And it's not by a lot either. I think that it might have been a second between the top and the bottom spot. That's pretty good. So overall, I'm very happy with this game. For like a racing game, racing games for me get very stale very quickly because it's the same tracks, it's the same thing, same cars. And the only way to make it harder is to turn the difficulty up, and then it becomes ridiculous. You literally cannot drive as fast as the AI. And it's like, I don't know, and the reason that I bought the game is because it's the same company that made Ride. I didn't realize, I thought it was EA that did all the licensed sports games. But I guess not. I guess Milestone finally got or has always had the MotoGP. And it's just phenomenal. It's really, really fucking good racing game. I'm honestly blown away. I thought Ride was good. Better.
Tony Hawk Ride.
I actually watched a video on Neversoft the other day. About Tony Hawk, and I forgot that Neversoft made Guitar Hero 3. The best one. Legends of Rock. You can play.
Anyway, Super Hang On, great game.
I think you've shown me it before.
The only thing is that, I mean, it's limited by the technology at the time, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
If you think it's always the same course, well, it's always going to be basically driving in a straight line, you know?
Mm.
It's just the vanishing point
Yeah.
style racing that those old games had.
Mm-hmm. Was it an RNG track?
No.
Because I know some games had an RNG.
No, there's there's like a full story, like it's very anime. Like you have rivals and stuff that you take down, and
yeah, okay.
Like I don't want to overly hype how good it is, but you know, like it was the first game I remember. Like you start out with like a sponsor, and then you get like more sponsorships the more you win, and then you get more better mechanics, and then you get better bike parts. It's the first game I remember doing that.
Interesting. Because that is very much how this game is. Because like after a race, they'll give you a debriefing, and you can pick which way you want to develop your bike. So if you're happy with the speed and power of the bike, you can work on agility and handling.
You ever play Star Wars Racer?
Pod racing?
Yeah.
No, I never did.
That's a fucking amazing racing sim too.
This is pod racing.
No, it's a fucking amazing game.
PlayStation original?
There's a full remaster now.
No shit. Interesting.
But you can actually, so like that one, I remember you could take the Nintendo 64 controllers and you could put it in port 1 and port 4.
Okay.
And then you would hold the controllers in each hand.
Like a actual pod racer.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It was like pretty hard to do, but
Wii
the fact it
Wii.
did have support, it was pretty cool.
That is honestly very cool. Could you do 2-player with 2 and 3 ports?
No.
Oh, disappointing. Maximum disappointment. Alright, be right back.
Is it good, though?
Top of tankers, and using AI and imagery, they're able to positively identify every tanker is a little bit different, kind of like a fingerprint, and so you can visually identify by the length, size, configuration of the pipes on deck, the house. There's a whole batch of features that go into this. So again, the United States trying to exert pressure against Iran, get them back to the negotiation table, which has collapsed again today, and try to force Iran into this. The hope here by the United States is that as Iran can't export oil, they're going to face the situation where they're going to have to shut wells down, and that is going to be cataclysmic for the Iranian economy, and the U.S. is hoping to use that leverage against them. Again, this could have been done a little bit early on, in my opinion, but hey, what do we know? We decided to start the blockade late. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment.
Thing I've ever seen on CNN, nothing I've ever seen on CNN has given me the information that I would need to move the country past Trump. You see this insane CNN Channel 5 whistleblowing?
They had me scheduled to go on primetime CNN with Don Lemon and Caitlin Collins.
The movie's not just about like the Capitol riot and all that. It's also about like media echo chambers. You know what I mean? And like the dangers of the 24-hour news cycle, and how I think mainstream media like Fox and even CNN like competes for views by running constant 24-hour news cycles based upon fear, division, outrage, and panic.
And I signed an NDA, but I'm gonna
remember that.
Break it anyway. But
based.
They had to give me this weird media training session, and it was like these 16 people I'd never met before, more people on a Zoom call than I thought you could ever even have. I had to get Zoom Premium. All these people in suits, like going through point for point, being like, you need to tell, if they ask you about Trump, say this. If they ask you about revolution, say this. If they ask you about your background, say this. Don't reveal that you're arrested for graffiti. All this weird ass shit. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of strange. They had one cool guy who literally had a Kangol hat on. I guess they thought he would like get through to me. And he's like, yo, my man, so check this out. I know these people.
They deliver the deep state like media training to you in the form of an educational rap. That's really fucking funny.
These motherfuckers don't look cool to you, but they're cool, son. And I was like, all right. I don't know. I was like, whatever cabal you're a part of, it's freaking me out. But it was only an hour, but it was mandatory.
Okay, so remember what I said about how I'm the only remaining liberal? I'm gonna keep this up for a bit because I think it's a good bit, and also I think it's true. Like, a liberal, like a capital L, ideological liberal, should look at this and think it's terrifying, right? Oh, so you're telling me that in order to even get your message through mainstream news outlets, to access the channels of power and communication that so many people rely on, you need to sign an NDA and agree to a bunch of set, like, limited conditional responses when asked about certain topics, thereby like limiting your free expression. It's one thing to say don't say the N-word on live TV, right? But this seems like a serious imposition on your ability to express yourself. And this happens to all of them? What if you multiply this by the, you know, a factor of their outreach and power? Every news network, every corporation, every person who goes on, you know, it's almost like you could use wealth and power and a near monopoly on both of those things in the form of media to create a simulacrum, an alternate reality where the issues of the day discussed by media men have almost nothing to do with the real world, where the issues they bring up and choose to focus on are at best selective and at worst outright not reflective of the reality. A great example of this, in my opinion, if you wanted to get something that Democrats would get riled up about, is the fact that under Biden, the media would not shut the fuck up about inflation, gas prices, and the fact that Biden was old and senile. But right now, Trump is more brain melted than Biden ever was. Every video, every shot, he just yesterday was explaining girl math, like how 600% less of $6. He's actually gone. He's been gone for a while, but he's genuinely like not presently there. Like he's actually not. If he was not the president, he would be in a home. That's not a joke. It's very scary. And grocery prices are fucking insane. But in spite of that, how much do you see the media focus on either of those things? Because I don't. And I look at a lot of media. I mean, I look at the news pretty dang often, probably more than most of you. I do not see it that often, especially considering the fact that grocery prices are only going to get much worse because of the current crisis in artificial fertilizer production, thanks to the Iran war. Anyway, if you were an actual capital L liberal, I think all of this would be very, very concerning to you. But I don't think there are a lot of liberals, man. I think that there are a lot of apathetic people. I think that most people in America who vote Democrat would agree with what I'm saying right now. I think that if you took the average Democratic voter and you sat them down and you were like, hey, isn't this a problem? They would agree wholeheartedly. I do not think they would go, well, you need to look at the bottom line and what would you expect you could do and how else would you handle this and what else could you expect to do? I think they would just agree this is an issue. But I think that if I were to sat down like globeheads on Twitter or the Democratic Party itself, like their, DNC leaders or their representatives, and I were to talk about this, I feel like not one of them would be willing to be bold enough to suggest a solution. What are you doing about it? Your voters seem to care. What are you doing about it? It's not liberal.
Yeah. So they told me I was going to go on CNN when Don Lemon was going to ask me about like my life and all this shit. And I get on and he goes, what can you tell us about the mental state of Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio in the lead up to January 6th? I'm just like, what the kind of snitch question is this? Like I'd embedded myself in this men's group, the Proud Boys, for a long time. Yeah. And I had still had those active relationships. Revealing any information could put my life in danger. I just wasn't ready for it. So I clapped back super hard and I was like, actually, Don, the film is about how the mainstream media, including CNN, uses the cable news system to push partisan divisions that have led to events like January 6th by essentially pitting working class Americans against each other and pushing culture war over class war issues. And he was like, what the hell? They cut the segment short. It was never aired. No one ever saw this. I leave the studio and I guess the CNN had a handler for me where they technically work for A24.
I think a good addition to this. So that's obviously wicked. This should be horrifying. If you like democracy, like as a concept, this should be disgusting to you. This should be horrifying. But in addition, I think it's worth keeping in mind.
I remember that interview.
CNN, so obviously, J6 happened because Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, and other groups like that fueled. They fanned the flames. They fueled this like insurrectionary sentiment with months and months of they're stealing the elections hysteria, which led to J6, of course. But I think that what CNN does on the other side in a lot of ways is actually...
what I don't understand? Like, we can piece the shit together here, right? Shut the fuck up. So we can piece the shit together when it comes to January 6th and political events. Why are people still physically unable to piece together the causes of mass shootings? Why is it always still the guns? Why can't we talk about the fact that memetics has a large part to play with it? The fact that you can literally track rhetoric back to Anders Breivik related to most mass shootings. Why can nobody talk about the fact that you can pretty much track the attitudes and probably realistically have discussions to develop some kind of framework to be able to recognize threats in that sense? Like maybe social things, maybe like if we're having to go into this techno-fascist fucking cyberpunk future,
it was luxuries like air conditioning.
Use the resources. Do something good with it. Prevent mass shootings. But that's like pushing into like pre-crime shit, and that's I don't like that. So it's like realistically, it's the same thing. Like you're putting together the same dots. You're connecting the same dots that you should be able to connect for mass shootings, for political events. But it's like the shock of the event of a mass shooting essentially knocks everyone's common sense out of their head, at least temporarily. And then once it's over, nobody gives a shit anymore, unless it's like a really big one, like the what was the Florida school? Stoneman Douglas or whatever it is. Like that one was a pretty significant one. Most of the guys the guys and girls out of that shooting have become fairly prominent in politics, I believe. Maybe not so much recently because Trump's kind of taken over, but they were pretty prominent. What were some other like prominent ones other than like the obvious ones like the Alex Jones one or Columbine? Like, have there been any significant political shifts out of Virginia Tech? Okay, remind me what Virginia Tech was?
It's like the first shooting since Columbine.
Oh, handgun, right?
Yeah. If anything, it was one of the first incel shootings.
Really?
I'd say. It was specifically targeting women.
Intriguing. Okay. That's very interesting. So when was this? Like, what was the date? Like,
I don't know.
mid-2000s?
I was still a teenager.
Okay, so probably some mid-2000s.
Yeah.
Interesting. Have any looked to replicate that? Like, have any since really looked
Not
to
really.
replicate Virginia Tech? No?
No, but there is a movie about it, I think. It's called
Interesting.
Polytechnic, I think.
Huh. So why do you think that one didn't have so much cultural impact as, say... I mean, Columbine obviously had a lot of impact because it was like... It was a crazy fucking thing that happened at the time.
Okay, Polytechnic is about a different shooting.
Oh.
So... Mass shooting in Montreal, Canada. Anti-feminist attack.
No shit. Interesting. So what...
It was the deadliest mass shooting in Canada until the 2020 Nova Scotia attacks.
So I wonder why Virginia Tech didn't have
Ruger
as much...
Mini 14 and a hunting knife.
Damn.
I mean, I've said it multiple times.
They're a good gun.
The fact that it's only ARs in mass shootings is showing that it's a trend because a Mini 14 would be way better to use.
Yeah, there are much better firearms that you could use. But that's what I said. Like, that's why I said that memetics is a large part of it, because it really is, especially in the last 10 years. And I think that there's something to look at there, where that shift happens and what happened around that time, to try and piece something together. But that's like a extensive investigative thing. You'd have to look at like advertising around the same time. You'd have to look at the movements in the gun industry. You'd have to look at if they changed their like advertising thing from hunting rifles to sporting rifles or stuff like that. It would be something interesting to look at. But why do you think Virginia Tech didn't have as much of a cultural impact as like other ones?
I don't know.
Like, it's kind of interesting because if it's an incel one, it seems primed for memetic spread.
Just like the sniper serial killer is not cared about like other serial killers.
Which one? What?
Exactly.
Sure.
What?
Pulse Las Vegas, Uvalde. Those are all super recent ones, though. I'm talking like mid to late 2000s, early 2010s. I think those were all late 2010s.
I think this happened before the internet. And I don't know. Columbine had more attention because it was fucking white kids at a high school. This was an Asian immigrant at a college. So that's what I think it is. Is Columbine was white people. Can't idolize somebody in your Nazi manifesto if he's not white.
That's a fair point.
It's almost more damaging. It's more pernicious. CNN doesn't do the equivalent of that for Democrats. There's no equivalent to that. There's no Dem version of J6. But what they do is they limit the scope of discussion to the point that the only way you can engage is through culture war sniping. A good example of this, in my opinion, I said this earlier on stream today, that the person who co-founded the New Liberals Twitter account, which is a centrist tank, funded by rich pedophiles or whatever, that they were here. I'll just find the tweet because I think it's really representative of what I'm talking about here, which is Abdul Al-Sayed is talking here about how Donald Trump is not himself the disease, he's just the worst symptom of the disease, which is factually true. 100%. Evangelism and oligarchs and wealth in political financing, like obviously this is what led us to this point. The idea that Trump himself is a total aberration when the entirety of his party and voter base has shifted to be like him, ridiculous. But anyway, this dipshit, Jeremiah Johnson, says Donald Trump is in fact the main villain of U.S. politics, not big corporations. And that, I think, is the CNN motto. That's the line from CNN. They're not encouraging Democrats to do their own J6. But if you feed people this line, you are denied the ability to engage with the systems that produce Trump. You don't see how the sausage is made. And because you can't see how the sausage is made, you can't really do anything about it other than engage with the petty culture war gripes that Republicans throw out there. Destiny quote tweet an agreement. Well, yeah, that's the symptom of the problem. People uninterested in solving this fundamental. I think even Destiny has admitted that he's like really black-pilled about the future of this country, and he doesn't really know if this country is worth fighting for, if we're engaged in this like interminable cycle of like every 4 years you have to barely win against these hyper-fascists, and if you lose, the country like gets thrown back 30 years. But I don't think he's interested in the solution to that. You have to open up the sausage-making machine. Like, obviously, Donald Trump is not just a single aberration. He is a product of systems that allowed him to rise to the power that he obtained. But if CNN, or Jeremiah Johnson or whatever, are insistent that that's not real, it's just a culture war back and forth, then you can't do anything about it. You can't do a damn thing about it, man. You're lost. How do you expect... I've watched so much CNN in my life. I feel like nothing I've ever seen on CNN, nothing I've ever seen on CNN has given me the information that I would need to move the country past Trump. It's just, they just keep you locked in on that moment. 24-hour news cycle, day in, day out. This is what's happening now. Maybe this is what should happen in the future, but there's no long-term plan, no strategy, no values, no ideology. Fox News has values. They're evil ones, but they're values. CNN just keeps you locked in the moment, nose to the grindstone. What's happening right now? Pay attention to this poll. Pay attention to this survey. Pay attention to this and that. News. Info. What does it mean? Nothing. Nothing means anything. What is it? Look at this. CNN YouTube channel, just a tiny fraction of the stuff that they put out there. What's happening? This is happening, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening, da 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 da. But you could watch all these videos, all of them. You could watch thousands of these videos. You could watch CNN every day of your life for years and years. It would not give you the information necessary to make the country better. Not one iota. Don't we agree? And I'm not even saying this from a lefty perspective. I'm not even saying, well, they're not socialist or whatever. It's not about the socialism. It's that they are uninterested in solutions to the quagmire. They're uninterested in them. They just cover what happens. They feed you information the way you feed goldfish. You just dribble food in. It's not meant to be used or to advance you in any way. It's just meant to placate, to sate, to hold your attention. Fox News differs in this respect. They have an actual ideological bias, a real agenda. At least they do sometimes. After J6, of course, Fox News actually retreated quite a bit. Fox News, it was like
Pussies.
Fox News, for so long, Fox News had dipped its toe into not just political partisanship, but open, I don't know what the right term would be, sycophantry, I guess, like activism, you know? For a long time, Fox News has been interested in activism, not merely covering the world, but changing it. And after J6, it was almost like they dipped in too far and they pulled back. They were like, oh, wait, hold on, never mind, that was bad. But eventually they walked it back, right? Eventually they were like, oh, there were no consequences for J6, you know? CNN doesn't have an agenda. CNN's agenda is to sell you gray sludge and normality. CNN's agenda is deep states. It's Palantirs. They want the shape of your asshole as recorded by a scanner embedded in your toilet.
Kinky.
They want money and power. They want you to worship Israel and go die for the IDF if you would kindly convert, circumcise yourself, and go over there and fight. They just want the people who are in power to stay there, which means, of course, that they can never really arm you against inequality as a systemic failure. Inequality is illiberal. I can't believe I need to remind people of this,
All right, I'm
but
bored.
equality is a liberal virtue. It is literally...
I've been bored for a while, but he's just been yapping about the same thing.
Oh, hi, man. Didn't see you there. Welcome back to the show. I'm your host,
Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker, here to
Cut your meat.
That's what it is. It's cynicism.
Why are you
I
preempting my
think you're
question?
cynical.
About what?
I'm not preempting your question. I'm preempting your essence. I think you're cynical about human beings. I think you're cynical about yourself.
Not at all.
I think you're cynical about yourself.
I'm one of the most positive people you'll
I
ever
don't
meet.
think you believe that you're capable of...
Okay, what the hell is this?
Okay, what the hell is it, Jamie?
Jamie, what the hell is this? Oh, guys, I just want to share this with you. I found this over the weekend, man. I just want to share this thing I found with you over the weekend. I'm a fan of comedy. And I found this really funny British comedy duo. They're called Morgan and Brand. Have you guys heard of Morgan and Brand? They're really funny. Let's check this crap out right here, man.
Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah. And you're right, Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty... It's this.
I love
okay,
Pierre's
guys, sorry
face.
about this,
Pierce
but this is
knows
huge.
This is fucking
This is
gold.
a huge moment for this
He
channel.
knew the second he opened his book
been
and
meaning
didn't
that
stop
the
reading.
whole time.
Non-vocal drop.
He's been
or
posting
NVD,
all these
I call
memes
it.
that people
This is our
are
first
sending him.
NVD right here.
Amazing.
This drop right here is the page turn drop. This is our new drop right here. Just a Bible page turning.
Fresh, crispy.
The verse that I was looking
Brand
at
new.
that day
read.
was not this. I can't actually...
Huh?
He's
can't
definitely
actually
studied
find
it.
the
I mean,
verse
look at it.
that I had that
It's all
day.
bent out of shape.
But this is good
That's
enough.
just Bible
This is from
pages. They're
Isaiah
super
12.
thin.
Surely God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid.
Okay, man, there we go. There's Morgan and Brand on the telly there, doing some of this.
Nobody.
Huh?
I do think this was a bit, like I saw a bunch of YouTube comments about this. YouTube commentary. Oh, man. What kind of maniac? What kind of animal? What kind of barely human just goes on YouTube and watches something and so and then goes, this is what I think about that. What kind of animal does that? But yeah, this kept coming up for me, videos where they're like, look at this guy, man. Meltdown. Look at this freaking meltdown, man. And I do think this was a bit. I don't know if this was a planned bit or not, but this definitely became a bit. And honestly, just from a comedic thing, because the jolly old UK, mate, is kind of where this kind of comedy came from. The Office, Peep Show, all this crap. The whole thing's kind of amazing, man, because, first of all, I've been watching Russell Brand's content for a couple years. It's kind of hard to watch because, honestly, he's doing a lot of this. but I never really thought about it
True.
until this clip, this interview. It's like, it's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing what he pulled off, sorta. And Piers Morgan is like, what about all this religious crap? You know, he's kind of hitting him with like, you're not really religious, are you? Seems a little performative, man. It seems a little... But, yeah, I've been watching this guy's YouTube channel for a while, and it is kind of amazing that this kind of posh, British, yes, British, like yoga guy got the attention of like hundreds of thousands of like MAGA memas and peepas. You know, he's on that channel just hitting them with... Okay, before we get into this Morgan and Brand comedy special that they did, my favorite British comedy duo, Morgan and Brand. Let's take a look at some Brand, you know, YouTube videos here. He used to get crazy views, little crazy views. His views have fallen off a cliff, it so seems. But this is one of his most recent videos. What is that title? This Mother F. Hey! This Mother F. This F.
Well, today, we're taxing the rich. These are peculiar times in politics indeed, with both sides of the argument claiming the leaders of their opponents are antichrist-like figures. Mamdani must be loved by many New Yorkers because he's been relatively recently elected mayor and, like Trump, is governing in the manner that he was elected to with a significant mandate. Some of his policies have been ridiculed and mocked, but what's it like for actual New Yorkers? And whether you like Mamdani or not, you'd have to agree that he understands how to use media effectively, and any politician of any ideological...
Oh, God, man. This is like a stressful channel to watch. I haven't watched his...
That's on YouTube.
...in a long time, and I kind of remember, like, oh, it's actually like a stressful channel. Because just like with the Piers Morgan thing, the whole time Piers of Morgan and Brand, the comedy duo, like the whole time he's like, hey, come off it, mate. Hey, come off it, you're Evan a laugh with this whole religious thing. You're not really religious, man. You're not really a Christian, man. Come on. And then Russ starts hitting it with one of these right here. But that's crazy, man. Like his whole channel is basically that. It's just like this nonstop stressful, you know, tightrope act that he's doing. It's basically Tim Pool. Like the Tim Pool story is like, okay, the MAGA audience seems to really want content. You know, right-wing American conservatives, they really want content. You know, and they seem to spend money, so they'll try to capture that audience. It kind of seems like that's what Russell Brand has been doing for years. And he used to get like 1 million views on every video. Now that's kind of fallen apart. But it kind of seems like you don't really believe what that audience believes or really know anything about that audience or care. So you just end up in like Tim Pool and just nonsense land all the time. Watch this. This is like his most recent clip. Watch this.
Are just investing in real estate in New York and you don't really live there. One-off taxes against extremely rich individuals to support New York as a city seems like a great idea, even though no one likes paying confiscatory tax ever, and all of it's confiscatory, isn't it? I mean, none of it's really voluntary. Like for this penthouse. It's interesting how much the narratives of politics drive us rather than the pragmatism. One party has as their enemy migrants, the poor. Another set of political interests is the rich. And gosh, from my background, it's a lot easier to sort of policies that were pre-eye-catching was like a city-run grocery store. Let's have a look at that. A lot of people are saying that it's pretty implausible, impractical, and even expensive. It's interesting to see the radical rise of populism. Populism meaning that people are more willing to vote emotively, that politics becomes more tribalized. Myself, as you know, what I believe is that it should be straight when we're emotional. We don't make good choices. In a way, I think it's laudable the United States of America can have a president like Trump and a mayor of New York City like Mamdani. In a sense, that's a demonstration of actual democracy, that people can steer these candidates. But in a way, none of it's radical enough, because in truth, figurehead politicians will always fail. It will always treat the running of your community as a kind of sport, a combat sport at that, when in a sense it is just managerial and operations. Your ideologies, specifically ideas, the idea that something could be ideal, perfect, untainted.
His channel is crazy, man. I would urge anybody to go watch it, because he has mastered something. Like it is kind of watching a master at work. He has mastered the art of like talking a lot, but saying
Nothing.
extremely little. It's really bizarre watching what happens when you do this thing where you're like, how can I capture this, whatever, MAGA audience or whatever? Like a Tim Pool, when you pull a Tim Pool and you're just saying this stuff every day that you don't really know anything or care about, You don't really care about the people who are receiving the content. I think this is what happens. You just kind of go crazy. Like my man Timmy T is out there like,
look at my penis.
I think you just go a little bit crazy. But like this segment, he starts off with this Mamdani clip where this guy Mamdani's like, okay, we're going to tax, these multi-$100 million like penthouses and stuff in New York that are like investment properties where nobody lives. They're taking up all this space in a dense city. Maybe we'll tax that. It's sort of like a very mild, wealth tax type situation. And Russell Brand looks at this, he goes, it seems like it might make sense. But then he goes on like minutes later, seconds later, and he's like, actually, mate, we need to transcend all this, government political figure stuff entirely, and I guess live on farms. We need to live in small communities where we can be directly involved and we live on farms. Right, okay, but you're talking about New York City, remember? It's funny, too, his show is completely insane. Again, go watch it. It's just, it is just madness. Because also he goes on Piers Morgan's show. The Piers Morgan show where he's like, doing this. He's talking a lot about concentrated power, mate. He's talking a lot about the powerful and all these people, they tell you what to do. He's talking about the powerful and concentrated power and all this stuff. But then he comes on this show and he's like, well, seems like a good idea. Seems like a good idea taxing these like giant unused whatever penthouses and stuff in New York City. Sounds like a good idea, but people don't like to be taxed also, so I kind of don't believe in that. I kind of don't believe in that either. So we need something else, which is living on farms. This is like every upload from Russell for the past like 5 years. It's all stuff like this. Oh, this policy seems good, but it's bad. And actually, we need to totally transcend everything. But Trump is kind of cool. But, some stuff is crazy. And we need to get on a higher plane of existence. But I'm constantly talking about political stuff. But we need to transcend it. And I'm always saying that the people who I think you think are cool, I don't know Trump, I don't know Joe Rogan, Trump, Ron DeSantis or something. Oh man, I'm going to imply that they're cool, but we need to transcend this whole political thing or something. It really is an amazing thing he's been doing for 5, 6, however many years. Just saying a ton of stuff extremely rapidly, but at the same time trying to say as little as possible.
And states, that was how the world was for a long while. Before that, small tribes, hundreds of people. The idea that you need nations of 300 million or 400 million people or 1.5 billion people, it's a pretty modern idea and not one that seems to be working particularly well. I don't think you can solve a problem like New York or a problem like America or a problem like London without acknowledging where technology is these days and where the culture is these days. The culture is becoming fragmented, toxic, nothing but an ongoing, endless argument. And if you don't diffuse that by allowing people the power and dignity to run their own lives, you're just going to have an endless cycle of like the next mayor of New York will be a really right-wing guy.
Oh man, he's a wacky guy, dude. He's a wacky guy. He's like, you know what, man? We need to transcend all this political stuff entirely, man. He clickbaits the video with this mother F. He wants to tax these hundreds of millions of dollars empty apartments in New York City from probably billionaires. Sounds like it could work, but he somehow still sucks. Basically, that's the segment. Then we move on to we just need to transcend all these political guys completely. And we need to be making our own farms where we do eat quinoa and do yoga. Okay, this is Russ, just 7 months ago. 250,000 views on this one. Here we go.
That's amazing. I can only tell you. Can you imagine the sweatiness of Keir Starmer? Can you imagine the kind of frantic glance to the side of Joe Biden as he walks off, not knowing which way to walk? The Macrons, the whoever. We've been so steeped in charmlessness and ineptitude. The person that's actually in the present It's an incredible
Right.
power of itself. Most of these people,
Totally,
they're not.
man.
They're captured. They're already in a box. They're boxed off bureaucrats. Right, okay, hello, as I am to speaking before such illustrious audiences. I have to... Not Trump. Trump's able to go, teleprompters not working, escalated in work.
It is kind of funny. It's funny to watch.
It is a pretty funny crap, man.
I mean, it's basically exactly Tim Pool. It's just watching a guy who does not care about any of this stuff. He's just dancing around doing this, trying to keep this audience around, really. But there he's doing basically like the worst version of what he's talking about. You know, he's like, hey, we can't get emotionally attached to these political guys. By the way, for like 5, 6, I don't know how many years, this guy's basically been doing a show, you know, nonstop talking about, you know, like American, you know, federal government political figures and their assorted bullcrap, you know? And in that clip, he's doing like the dumbest version of what he says is bad now. Oh, we shouldn't be emotionally attached to these people. Oh, man, look how cool that guy is. Look how cool that president is, man. And now, weirdly, I mean, this is what I love about this guy, is that there's basically zero effort to cover up what he's doing. Okay, support in this guy is dropping pretty quickly among my audience because, you know, it's obviously all a scam, you know? So now he's like, actually, you know what? All of this political stuff is fake.
Oh, nice one.
So in a way, mate, you know, so in a way, that Bible page turning thing, I think it was kind of a transcendent moment, man. I think he finally did what he's telling other people to do, and he transcended. Because, you know, for years and years, he's been just doing this, making a ton of money off this audience with this, like, paper-thin crap, you know? Just junk, just lying to people, you know? Then he does this religious thing that everybody's like, it just seems like a scam, man.
You don't care about the Bible, let's be honest, dude.
But I think in that moment, he was like, you know what? I'm gonna have a bit of a laugh with this. It's like the perfect comedy moment came together for him where it's like, yeah, look, I don't care about this. So now I'm gonna like publicly make a joke out of it.
Not raining yet. Take the opportunity because there's a storm coming, baby.
You're peddling crap,
You're gonna
man.
need
Hey,
beers.
whoa, Russ, shut up, please. Russ, I know you love hearing the sound of your own voice more than anything else, more than the sweetest music. But you gotta shut the hell up for 5 seconds minimum. At maximum for you. You're peddling crap, I said. You're doing an ad. Okay, sorry.
Skin. Part of America's greatness is it appears to be able to accommodate at least a superficially varied and diverse set of political ideas and political figures. But real change will happen internally within you when you embrace the possibility that even without psychedelics, you can know God. What could be more holy, peculiar, sacred, and transcendent than that?
Calm
And the
down,
political
man.
system.
He's a wacky guy, man. His views do look way worse. I mean, I haven't clicked over to his channel in maybe like 2 or 3 years. He used to get like $1 mil, $2 mil, 1.8 mil, 1.35 mil. He used to get all these different types of mil views on like every upload. Now it's like not so great, man. But it is a pretty funny move. This is like Tim Pool-esque type stuff. Where it's like for years and years you're coming on this channel talking about how cool the president is. You know, and suddenly even that guy's own supporters are like, doesn't seem great, man. Instead of being like, okay, you know, maybe I was wrong about some of this stuff. You know, the Joe Rogan thing. Maybe I was wrong about some of this crap. You just say, you know what? Actually, we need to transcend all of this and go to Jesus now. Okay, you're the what? You're the arbiter of this? Oh, right, I forgot. You have a direct connection to our Lord Jesus Christ, our God. When you became a Christian 13 seconds ago. It's funny, too, because Russ is a little bit behind, you know? I think he kind of lives in his own weird little world. But he keeps doing this thing where he's like, look, you know what's interesting? You know what's fascinating? And by the way, a good way to say nothing but still talking a lot is to say, isn't it interesting and fascinating? Isn't it interesting and fascinating? You know, that this whole populist thing is going off, but that's some emotional crap. So we need to transcend and go to Jesus now. You know, I've been talking about the president and his associated whatever goons for years now, but suddenly, weird timing, by the way. You know, kind of a lot of people are jumping off board. Probably a lot of my audience are jumping off board. And we kind of need to abandon the whole thing now, go to Jesus, man. But he does this thing where it's like, oh, both of these guys, Trump and this guy in New York, they're both populists. He's still doing like the populist thing. It's like, yeah, I think even the other people in your little media sphere, they're not even saying that anymore, man. Kind of all through this video, I think he's trying to figure out what to do now. Because he's kind of implying that they're both kind of the same in a way. Trump and Mamdani, they're kind of the same in a way if you think about it. And who knows, that could become true if Mamdani just starts, I don't know, doing whatever billionaires who dump a bunch of money on him tell him to do. But that's, seems like that's yet to happen, so it doesn't really make sense yet. Shocking, what we've seen so far. I agree with this guy's policy. That might be good, but who cares? Because Jesus. And even though I've been doing a show about the president for years, then now that's bad. And we got to go to Jesus and stop looking at these guys in general. You don't walk away with a lot. Weirdly, a guy who's kind of doing a scam, it's hard to grasp onto anything in this show he's doing.
On either side, brilliant law enforcement officers are being put under unnecessary pressure, and protesters are protesting in vain about probably something that none of us fully understand. Certainly I didn't fully understand it when I was engaged with it. What I mean to say is, what's your end point? What is the point of those protests? To end ISIS intervention and ability and willingness to enforce a democratically delivered mandate to remove illegal migrants from the United States of America? Is that what you want to stop?
Aren't you
That's
British?
What you want to stop. Well, there was an election and people voted for that, so I don't know what you're going to do. So
he is out of his mind. He is a bit daft, mate. Is that a thing British people say, daft? Am I using that correctly? His show is insane. He's a crazy guy, man. I think this. By the way, this was 2 months ago. 32,000 views, so less than I get. It's crap's rapidly dwindling, man. It's funny because it's like, he's trying to walk this funny little tightrope where he's like, look, I know who my audience is. I'm going to say the things they like, but not really. And he's not clever enough to do this. He's a clever bloke. But
What
he
a
just
cunty
can't
thing to say.
do this. Because now he's coming out here and he's saying,
sends me a message says, fuck your golden age, I can't wait until you fall.
We need to
Fuck
quit
you.
worshipping these political
Where are you?
figures.
I'm gonna
which I
fucking
kind of
wage
been
war on this
encouraging on
cunt.
my channel for, I don't know, 6-7 years.
There he is.
We can't do that
All right.
anymore. Jesus, mostly
Done deal.
now.
You're
I think.
fucked.
But he's like, we need to get directly involved. And so people were doing that 2 months ago. And he's like, that's dumb. Okay, I think, like people
You
getting
sure about
together
that?
and doing a protest
You're gonna wage
is
war on Canada?
kind of would be
Yeah.
an example
Bet you
of
won't.
direct, action or
Bet I fucking
whatever,
will.
which
Bet
seems
you
like you're
won't.
saying that's what people have to do. It's hilarious. It's just nonstop.
Weak.
This
I'm gonna
trying
fuck
to
his day up.
pander to this
I'm gonna
audience.
towards him
won't.
now.
Captured.
He's not that far away.
Well, some of them, they
Bet you
seem to be
won't.
fleeing. Trying to pander to them, but not really. But this is kind of the perfect segment. It's
Sorry.
like, look, these political figures, it's a bunch of crap, man. You got to get together with people, real people, do stuff with real people. Okay, some people are doing that. They're protesting. No, you can't, because there was an election. Okay, right. That's like the exact opposite of what you're saying now. Oh, man. Come on, dude. So again, this is from 2 months ago, and he's kind of doing a segment where it's like, hey, look, man, ICE agents are pretty cool, man. Hey, they're good. The other guys, they don't know what they're doing. God, they know not what they do. But the ICE guys, man, they're not being treated nicely. But ultimately, who gives a crap? because what it's really about is
God bless you.
So we're here.
Healing force that allowed us to come in faith and grace and say, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to handle this. I can't trust all.
I come to the Lord and I say, don't know what I'm doing. Okay, sorry, I'm not gonna make fun of the
Sometimes I
accent.
feel like I can trust
it.
myself. Can I trust you? And the answer will be resolutely and resoundingly yes. So why and how could you be skeptical about Christianity and Christ?
Okay, I'm not.
When you've got such meager gruel
I'll look
in
into
its
it.
stead. The meager gruel.
I'll look into it, man. Okay, give me a break. You don't need to give me the hard sell with this.
God bless you.
Of a culture that tells you that it's God when it is anything but.
Right. Okay, that Bible talk he was doing did hit me with great vengeance and furious anger. That was kind of moving, actually. He's like, look, you got to get right with the Lord, goddamn you.
You know, all this crap, man. Russell's right. All this crap doesn't mean any crap, man. All this crap doesn't mean S.
All this crap that we're attached to, it doesn't mean toilets. God, he's right on that one, man. It reminds me of this Bible verse that came up on the AI results. What does this verse right here say? Hold on, let me get to this verse. Your gold and silver are corroded. Their corrosion will testify against you and eat your flesh like fire. Ugh. Yuck. You have hoarded wealth in the last days. Oh, we got some commentary here from a robot. This verse warns against hoarding wealth and warns that misused riches will stand as evidence of greed and judgment. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Bible Gateway or a robot, whatever. Okay. Anyway, sorry guys, I got distracted by that quote about gold, hoarding gold and all this crap. What were you saying, Russell? Sorry. What's literally the next thing you're saying here?
With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy a digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold, on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you can get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by a serial number, purity and weight. Calm down and slow down.
It's a serious question.
I understand it's a serious question. Of course it is, but I want you to calm down and slow down. Because,
calm down.
In which case,
calm your little ass down.
Unyoke yourself from the conditioning of the world you've found yourself in. So you to calm down and slow down.
Very calm.
Because
shut up.
In which case, unyoke yourself from the conditioning of the world you've found yourself in. See when Chomsky, and there's a guy whose reputation's changed, said to Andrew Marr, in response to Andrew Marr's, well, I've not been conditioned by the BBC. They've not told me what questions I can ask and what my perspective should be. And Chomsky said to Andrew Marr, no, what I'm telling you is that if you didn't have the right opinions and the right perspectives, you wouldn't be sitting in that chair. Now, you and I have moved between many chairs.
I don't know, man. Russell's a tough one. It's tough to figure out what's going on in his little brain, man. It's tough to figure out it's tough to figure out what the hell this is. He's quite the character, man. It's like, okay, is he a smart guy? You know, who knows? A well-read, knowledgeable guy, but just like a totally cynical, profit maximizer or something? Or option B, is he crazy? Because he's on Piers Morgan and he's like, hey, look, it's like the Chomsky thing, that you wouldn't even have this job if you didn't toe the line of what you're allowed to say, man. He does this a lot, like he goes off on how the media is so controlled. There's so much stuff you're not allowed to say. And it's like, yeah, that's true for your channel too, man. Like, who are you to lecture this guy? I mean, obviously, Piers Morgan, another lunatic, media pervert. But very funny in the great comedy group Morgan and Brand with their great paper bit. Because, I watched hours and hours of this Russell Brand stuff. It's basically Tim Pool. It's not too far from Tim Pool, maybe with a little more Jesus
closer to
and spiritual
Dave
stuff.
Rubin.
But it's basically Tim Pool, which is basically, state propaganda at this point. But here's Russell lecturing this guy. You are allowed to say nothing, mate. It's like, okay, man, this is pretty bold. This is pretty bold, having watched hours of your very tightly managed to try to keep the audience around channel.
We are faces in the trough of media money, participating in the exacerbating ignorance of people in the UK and the United States of America. The reason I think you've had all these controversies is because you are bullish and you are willing to have a conversation, you're willing to have a go, and that's a real great ability.
I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong.
That's a lovely quality also.
I think everyone should have that.
But it's good because, yes, in response to new information, we should be able to reassess that. It's because you are bullish and you are willing to have a conversation, you're willing to have a go, and that's a real great ability.
I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong.
That's a lovely quality also.
I think everyone should have that.
But it's good because, yes, in response to new information...
This actually is kind of a moderately funny interview. Let's check the views. Sorry, I need to check whether or not what I'm watching is news. And there's only one way. 940K. News confirmed. I gotta play the confirmed news sound.
Okay, yeah, that means it's news, that sound.
It is kind of a funny interview. Goes on a little long, man. Goes on a little long, let's be honest. This could have been, 18 minutes. Get the same effect, But he talks to this guy for damn near 2 hours. And basically Russell Brand, you know, this guy who's basically made a bunch of probably millions of dollars over the past couple years, basically doing a, you know, razor thin scam. Sorry, Russell. He's talking to this guy for 2 hours, and Russell is still trying to do this like, I'm from heaven. Oh, I'm a prophet. He's basically being an annoying yoga teacher. You know, somebody who's like, look, I'm pretty spiritual, man. Look, I'm pretty advanced spiritually, more than you. I don't engage in competition because that'd be lowly. That would be lowly, earthly type crap. You know, outcome attached, lowly, bottom of the pyramid type crap. But I am better at spiritual stuff than you. And I'm going to bestow my wisdom from on high on your ass. He's doing that. He's doing this whole, you know, he's the holiest guy in the world thing. This is probably Piers's brightest moment here. You know, this guy's terrible. His show is trash, garbage. He has Alan Dershowitz on all the time and treats him like a non-lunatic. But this is kind of his finest moment. Like, I would retire after this interview. Because Russell Brand is for 2 hours doing this. I'm holy and I'm bestowing my wisdom upon thee. And Morgan of Morgan and Brand is just brutalizing him with the driest, disapproving older British guy thing. You know, Russell's going on and on. The Lord this and Jesus that type stuff. And oh, but we got to see outside of all this crap, you know. And Piers will just hit him with like, well, one thing, one thing you would do if you were, you know, I don't know, some kind of an advanced, higher spiritual being is admit when you were wrong. You don't agree with that?
This guy who won't move his warriors out of my territory will take care of it.
Not pointed at any particular person, statement / question. If you were such a higher being, wouldn't you admit when you're wrong? This kind of treatment just absolutely throws Russell Brand off. Because the answer is no, he'll never admit he's wrong about anything. Because he's a Hollywood lunatic. He's a self-absorbed Hollywood lunatic.
But I believe that I use it mostly now as a kind of lens to look at how disgusting our culture has become, how appalling, how condemnatory.
Yeah, but why are you avoiding my question?
Because I have a better one. What's a better one.
What's the better one?
Who believes, even for an instant, that
I don't know if this is like a British thing. I almost feel like this is a British, like, father and son situation or something. Like, basically, the whole interview is basically Piers Morgan going, come off it, mate. Come off it, mate. You don't really believe that, do you? You're not really a Christian, are you? Come on, mate. Come off it. This does really throw Russell Brand off. Because Russell is just way too in... This is the weakness that's being exploited by old Piers here. Is that Russell Brand is a bit of a, you know, he's got a bit of an ego. He's got a bit of a Jesus complex now, does he? He thinks he's a Jesus a little bit, you know? And just from an older British man, one older British man to it, you know, kind of old, but younger. Just getting the old, come off it, mate. Hey, what do you think you're the Lord? Or is it, come off it, mate? It's just like, I think there's something about that for another British guy where he's like, man, this guy's absolutely popping my reality bubble. Okay, this is a funny little part right here. I think this is where the, come off it, mate. You know the Lord, come off it, mate. I think it just totally tilts Russell at this point. Here we go.
It's not interesting, I think, to get mired in something where my contributions are not of sufficient value to warrant this attention, when I believe when it comes to the matter of the ideological crisis...
Can I put a spanner in the works with your argument?
No, I'm not interested. Ideological...
You have to let me.
No, Piers, we're in a serious ideological
But let me just put one pushback on what you just said, which is you are a very eloquent individual.
Yes. All right.
Right? You told me many years ago that you
Russell does not like someone else being allowed to talk, I think.
Dictionaries to learn long words.
Oh, yes, I did do that.
Okay. So you're very eloquent and you have a lot of good linguistic skills.
Thank you,
you're
darling.
a very good debater and a very good arguer. But some viewers might watch this. Fans of yours won't. They'll think, go get him, Russell. But some people will be watching this and going, you're very, very, very good at avoiding answering questions that you've, in your head, thought, He just wants that for clickbait, and I don't want that for clickbait. I am actually just asking you questions I wanted to ask you
I'd
for a
love
while.
to talk to those hypothetical but very real.
Okay, so he's kind of bringing Russell back to reality a little bit here. And Russell does not like living in reality. So here's where he goes. He's like, I'm just going to address the camera now. I'm just going to talk to the camera now. I just want an honest discussion with me, mate. Another human being. Now I'm going to talk right into the camera.
Audience member right now. We're on Piers Morgan's show. Right, Piers is a really talented man in lots of ways. He's been inside the system. This is a person that knows Rupert Murdoch, that's been in rooms with some of the most powerful people in the world, including Donald Trump. He won the Celebrity Apprentice. He's seen things, he knows things that are powerful and profound and probably dark and probably heavy to carry in some ways. He's been in a system that many of us think is on the precipice of implosion or terrifying and mad expansion. It seems to be doing that primarily by increasing cultural fear, increasing division and dread, and then providing us with solutions, but always at a cost.
Man, he's out of control, man. It's funny. It's like Piers is giving him a little pushback on some stuff, you know, and Russell's just like, I can't take this anymore. I'm gonna do I'm mad as hell. And I ain't gonna take it anymore to the right into the camera. And basically, who knows what he's trying to do? Who knows what he's trying to say here? But it's something along the lines of, oh, the powerful want you to be divided. And Piers is part of that. Piers is part of that. Not me, though. I came from on high, seated at the right end of the Father.
Piers is part of that.
And I'm saying this, honestly, largely because I'm getting pissed off that he's asking me slightly difficult questions. I like this. He does this a lot. Like, the powerful are trying to divide you, man. Oh, man, the centralized power, they're so bad, man. But, you know, doing a mild, uninhabited penthouse apartment tax in New York, that might be a little too much, you know? This is the mind of Russ, you know?
Caring about some abstract, faraway issue. And look at your own life, your London, your town, your world, your city, your family.
I do live in
world.
London.
Isn't it all deteriorating just a little bit? And what are we doing for you, the media, the independent media? Are we participating in serious conversations that are going to empower you to live your life, to confront real power where it matters, to focus and to sort of manage the complex...
Oh my God. He's really going off, man.
He's mad as hell.
He's mad as hell and he's not going to take it anymore. Up in this piece, up in this MF. I like this bit where he's like, we need to confront power, man. Your life is getting... it gets very Tucker here. You have a dog out there and a family. What's up with that? It's not good for them or something? I don't know. I'm a multimillionaire. What do you guys want to hear? I don't remember. But he goes into this bit about confronting the powerful. By the way, that same video, the Mamdani video, he went into a thing about how, you know, city grocery stores that's way too much. That's not feasible, man. So it's a bit abstract, mate. It's a lot of rhetoric. Oh, the powerful, this and that. There's people, they're doing wrong and they have too much power and control. What's the answer? Jesus. I don't know, Jesus or something. That seems where this is going. Because if, like, city grocery stores, you know, in each borough in New York that's a bridge too far, then what the hell are you talking about, man? Jesus, right? People need to do Jesus, right? That's pretty much it. Okay. Thanks, Russ. I'll check him out.
God bless you.
Thanks.
And when it comes to the major decisions, there are referenda continually too. The technology exists. The reason we're not having this discussion, the reason dear old Piers is shuffling his papers is because politics should be boring.
Oh
it
my
should
God,
just be
the
about the
other guy
management of
took care of
resources.
it.
It shouldn't be about mad ideologues.
Now Piers is doing one of these.
Well, how can you possibly pay attention while ruffling through your eyelids?
I can hear everything.
Look at that, you're all possessive about that.
But not my
Truth, uncensored, nothing to be scared of. Hitler, what do you think about Hitler?
That's what some
Was
people
he okay?
think. That's what some people
Should we
think.
get the jab?
Russell,
have you vaccinated your own children?
Take Bear's advice and calm down.
No, you take Bear's advice and be a good man.
I am a good man.
Be a good man.
I'm just
and no, it
pointing-
costs you to be a good man.
You may not
It might
like-
cost you everything.
You might not like...
It might cost you
Russell,
everything.
leave
to
him
become
alone.
a
Russell.
good man, Piers.
Fine.
Something.
We're talking about your profound belief in God And as a Christian...
No, we're not talking about my profound belief in God. We're talking about the actuality of God. And we're talking about the fact that you have been doing water carrying for Satan.
Whoa.
That's what we're talking about, Piers. Water carrying. The fallenness in this world.
God bless you.
The fallenness.
I've been carrying water for Satan.
Satan is the epitomizing object of the...
Oh, good God, I hope I'm the first to this. This is an extremely important thing I'm about to say. His name is Russell Brand. What was he doing with those papers? Rustling. Okay, we gotta move past that, man. But he's quite the character, man. He's quite the character. This is he's insane. Like, watching videos to do this. At first, I was like, okay. Like, I kind of know this guy. I saw those movies. I seen those movies back in the day, whatever. It's a stupid movie he was in with Jonah Hill. Forgetting Sarah Marshall, all this crap. I think I might have saw his stand-up. He's one of those guys where you always wonder, does he have fans? This is kind of a guy we just think he's, around, But then I went back for the first time in, 3 or 4 years and watched, hours and hours of his videos in the past couple days, and I'm just like, he's literally insane. Because here he is, Piers is asking him some, moderately pushbacky, prodding question. But, Piers is insane, too. He's been in the media a little too long. I mean, just to put in the YouTube search, Susan Boyle, and look who pops up next to Simon Cowell, The big guy's been in the media a little too long, man. Take a break. But Russell is completely out of his mind, man. I'm sorry. Because here he is, Piers is doing this, moderate pushback, prodding questions on him, and he's like,
"You're being divisive, mate. You're stuck in this bubble, mate. You're getting all this divisiveness.
You're just part of this sick media system. Just getting people all riled up for clicks. Divisive.
All this crap.
Keeping people separate. Demonizing some. Here's Russell Brand just a couple months ago.
Now, we have lost the ability in the West to do the same thing. And to basically say, well, listen, we're not against religious freedom. We're not against people following their own religion. But the truth of it is, we are a society with a kind of Christian ethic. Call it Judeo-Christian, call it Christian. To me, it's the same thing.
Where did you... I mean, this one you almost want to ask him, where did you find Dinesh D'Souza? This guy's still around? He thinks there should be less of other religions that aren't Christianity in the United States. Okay. Sounds pretty unifying there, Russ.
Be with us, Lord. Be with us so that we don't fall into selfishness or manipulation.
He's
or
not
anything.
interested, Russell, sorry. Actually, the Lord just contacted me. He's not interested, man. Sorry, he's busy. He's doing a little bit of this right now.
God bless you.
He's doing a little bit of this.
I agree with you. If the demographic continues, we lose our cultural identity, which again cannot be allowed to happen in England. It can't. No. It's a Christian nation. It cannot be allowed to happen. So whatever we have to do to prevent.
Hey, mate, it's me, the transporter.
No, you're not the transporter. You're some other guy, weird guy.
Yeah, you got me, mate.
Pretty unifying stuff there from Russ. 300,000 views on this one.
Oh, Piers, you're being so divisive.
Here's a guy on me show who thinks they're taking our identity.
Oh, Piers, you're being so divisive. You're just like the rest of the media, Piers.
Yeah, Russell Brand's insane, man. Sorry, Russell. Please calm down. Calm your little ass down, please. Well, guys, there we go. A check-in with, a video that has 1 million views. Pretty negative toward Russell, if I'm being 100% real.
Let's check what the people are saying, mate.
Okay. Russell Brand looks like weird AI cosplaying as Jesus Christ. Hey.
God bless you.
Take it back. What does this guy say? This might be a positive one here. A masterclass in narcissism and deflection. Hey, wait a second. Sorry, guys. That's not positive. That's negative. I cringed every shoulder grab. Oh, man. Russell was hitting Piers with a lot of grabby hands. If this is Brand off drugs, imagine what he's like when he's coked up. Oh, man. I don't even want to think about it. Imagine being stuck. Okay, this is a little mean. Imagine being stuck in prison with Russell Brand. You'd never reoffend again, eh? Come on, man. Give the guy some kind of a break, I guess. Piers finally looks into the camera, was like The Office. This was a 2-hour meltdown. How can anyone not see right through him? Okay, great outpouring of support for the great Russelin Brand. Okay, so there we go. Just a fun look at my two favorite British comedy blokes, Morgan and Brand. The dry, off-putting comedy of Morgan and Brand. Well, guys, it's Monday, goddammit. Well, guys, if there were a god.
This video is called I Chug All the Way Down of Mountain Dew Zero Dirty Cream Soda Dew.
Amazing.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to my other video. So let me know down in the comments. So don't forget to subscribe and make sure to like this video today. So welcome back to my other video, you guys. So it has been 2 weeks ago. So so today I am.
So, you know, sometimes YouTube will start playing another video in your ear while you're watching a video. So in the middle of this guy talking, this video started playing in the background, and I'm just like, that's why I looked over confused, because I was thinking, is there a dog in the background of this guy's video? Laggy. And you not want me to show you this dog.
It's a good doggo.
About the jug of Mountain Dew Zero Dairy Cream Soda Dew. So this is a new pub I never seen, so I never tried this before. So let me know down in the comments. So let's go ahead and taste it. So. Okay, guys. Well, this is not bad, you guys. So you guys. So when I jug all the way down, please give me 40k subscribers. So let's get it so far, you guys. So cheers for you guys. Let's get it. Here we go.
Is this
and
politics?
3,
no, we do
2,
some
1.
Funny meme content between depressing news.
Also, this is our fun day, so realistically, we should be doing only videos like this.
That's it. No 40k subscribers for you. No 40k subscribers for you.
Okay, guys. Let's do some dancing.
Subscribe. I jugged all the way down up the Mountain Dew. So, holy. You guys, it tastes butter, so it tastes good. Okay, guys. Well, thank you for a part of watching this video. Let me know down chat in the comments. So you guys don't have to keep watching this video. Go to my other YouTube channel. It's called Lane Robinson. So let me know down chat in the comments.
Hustling and bustling. Audio. Hold on.
Yeah, no, we're still doing politics and news, but we're just Tuesday or Monday, I guess, for American time.
The
is
event-
just our
service agents
goof
swarmed
off
that
day,
ballroom.
cover
They were
sillier
hustling
news,
some of this country's most high.
cover more news
up,
that we
you two.
missed. It could be literally anything. So you just came in on that video. I'm coming up to help with
is
this.
still reeling tonight after
Spearman.
shooting at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner created chaos.
Is it now fucking putting up 2 videos? Fuck off.
Mhm. Oops. Forgot to put my energy drink in the freezer.
I don't want this.
Washington, D.C. is still reeling tonight after shooting at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner created chaos and lots of fear.
Now, the guests took cover as Secret
And
Service
lots of
agents
fear. I
swarmed that
fucking hate how they
ballroom.
report
were
everything.
hustling some of this country's most high-ranking officials, including the president, out of that area. Outside the ballroom, surveillance cameras captured a heavily armed man dashing right through a security perimeter just as the event was getting underway.
We have live team coverage tonight of the ongoing investigation. KTLA's Rachel Menitoff is in Torrance with more on the Southern California man arrested in this attack. But let's begin with Carlos Acedo. He's in our news center with more on the frightening events as they unfolded last night on live TV. Carlos.
All right, Corinne, good evening. We are learning new details about the suspect, his local ties, and who he was possibly targeting. In attendance, the president and his cabinet. Tonight, there are growing questions about security at one of Washington's most high-profile events aimed at celebrating a free press.
Shots fired just outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner, spreading panic as President Trump, the First Lady, and top administration officials gathered with journalists for the annual event being held at the Washington Hilton Hotel. Secret Service agents stormed the stage to shield the president and vice president, while hundreds of guests took cover under tables. Outside the ballroom, surveillance video shows the suspect, 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, attempt to run past a perimeter checkpoint before being stopped by law enforcement. Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche on Meet the Press this morning.
We believe that he was targeting administration officials in this attempted attack.
Officials say a Secret Service officer was shot at close range during a confrontation but survived because of a protective vest. As authorities look into the suspect's background and motive, they say he came armed with multiple weapons. Investigators searched the suspect's Torrance home and recovered writings in his hotel room critical of Trump and his administration. President Trump was asked about the suspect's manifesto Sunday during a 60 Minutes interview.
I read a manifesto. He's radicalized. He was a Christian, a believer, and then he became an anti-Christian, and he had a lot of change. He's been going through a lot based on what he wrote.
There have been at least 2 prior attempts on Mr. Trump's life, leading to criticism of a possible security breach at such a high-profile event.
The system worked. We were safe. President Trump was safe. His Secret Service agents kept him safe.
It's clear to me that
in his head, he probably realized he wasn't going to be able to get all the way into the secure ballroom.
Michael Matranga is a former Secret Service agent who has worked events at the Hilton before.
I don't necessarily consider a couple hundred yards or more extremely close to the president or to any of the protectees. You know, it was clear to me that he knew that he was not going to be able to fulfill his mission, which is why he chose, you know, the desperate attempt of trying to run past the checkpoints.
President Trump thanked federal law enforcement for their quick actions to keep everyone safe, saying he wasn't worried there would be any casualties or injuries. He says plans are in the works to reschedule the event now for next month. Reporting live from the KTLA News Center, Carlos Salcedo, KTLA 5 News.
Carlos, thank you. And right now, investigators are digging into the background of the man accused of opening fire outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Authorities say 31-year-old Cole Allen was a tutor with an engineering degree from a prestigious university.
And now the investigators are working to piece together a better picture of why he may have taken these actions. Rachel Menitoff, live in Torrance, with the latest on that. Rachel?
Rick Kareen, people in the area say the alleged shooter lived in this home with his parents for the last couple of years. Not many people here knew him all that well, but say he was perfectly nice, cordial, friendly, no sense that anything was awry.
Like the bread? That's good he wasn't bread.
Swarmed the Torrance home of 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, pouring through the house he shared with his parents, where an apparent anti-Trump manifesto was found.
I'm friends with his dad. They're very solid, peaceful, good people in the community.
The California native is accused of opening fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. His intent, apparently to target President Trump and other officials, according to a note he sent to family members about 10 minutes before the attack. In the message, he writes that he feels rage anytime he thinks about what the administration has done and apologizes to friends, family, and co-workers, saying, "I don't expect forgiveness. Again, my sincere apologies." Allen's brother raised concern about the text and alerted a local police department. When questioned by the Secret Service, his sister told authorities Allen made radical statements and said he was going to do something to fix issues in the world.
How do I make
Allen's
fishing
LinkedIn
boats?
profile, he graduated
Probably
from Caltech in
upgrade to
2017
them.
with a
Which
bachelor's
I did.
degree in mechanical engineering and was a part of the
Why
school's
can't I make
Christian Fellowship. He got his master's at
fishery?
Cal State Dominguez Hills, worked for some time as an
I want to
engineer,
improve
and then
these
went
tiles.
on to develop video games and tutored at C2 Education. It's a company which helps prepare students for college.
I thought you could just make them
At one
next
point,
to the
Allen was
city.
even named Teacher of the Month.
You're the
Allen took a
fishing
train
tile
from his home
guy.
in the suburbs to Chicago, then to D.C., and was staying at the Hilton Hotel where the
I don't
event
know how
was
it works.
happening. He
I
was
just
armed with a
go
handgun
to the
and
tile,
shotgun, which he
and if it
likely hid
allows me
from
to
his
build a
family.
fishing boat,
Media
I build
from
a
around
fishing
the
boat.
country converged on his typically quiet neighborhood.
I think it's shallow
where
water.
neighbors are certainly taken
Oh,
aback.
this lake
Seemed
is
like a
deep
nice
water,
guy.
I guess.
You never know, though.
It is dark
You
blue.
just never
That's
know what's-
fucking
what
dumb.
lurks.
For him to be from the same city, let alone the same neighborhood, like you never know who's walking around you.
I fucking knew you were
feel,
gonna
in
do
my
this.
opinion, it's like somewhat of a
I
violation
chose to put
of
my
trust
city
in your
there
community.
instead of putting my city down here on the coast, and I fucking
Allen
knew that
has
you
a
would
federal
send
court
a settler
appearance
there.
tomorrow. He's facing 2 preliminary charges,
Where
including
else am I
assault
supposed to
on
go?
a
It's
federal
next to my
officer,
capital.
and more charges are expected as the case plays out. That's the very latest tonight from Torrance. I'm Rachel Menitoff. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Because I was just trying to avoid this fucking volcano. Like, it's literally the worst placed volcano I've ever seen. Like, it's a volcano
How would you
on a
describe
river.
the U.S.
Fuck
relationship
you.
with Israel?
Shameful. It is something that's been fascinating.
Collins in the midterm elections this fall. Plattner, who formerly served with the Marines and the Army with deployment in Iraq and Afghanistan, is running a very progressive anti-war campaign opposing Trump's war in Iran and speaking out about Israel's genocide in Gaza. He's leading in the polls against his big-name Democratic opponent in the June 9th primary, Governor Janet Mills. But Plattner's campaign is not without controversy. He joins me now to unpack it all. Welcome to Mayor the Unfiltered, Graham Plattner.
Thank you very much, Matty. It's a pleasure to be here.
Graham, one of the central debates around your candidacy is the word
Last
you've
I
heard
saw,
a
the
lot,
suspect
especially from the
kinda
media,
fired a shot.
electability. The establishment
Yeah,
view is
I'm
that
waiting to see
you are not electable.
anything that
You are
says
someone
otherwise.
who is unorthodox. You have no experience.
That's what
you have
I've
a lot of
been
baggage,
thinking as well.
And that Janet Mills,
is like,
the governor, who people know, she's the
yet
safe
to
bet.
see him with a gun, yet to see people
What's
say
your take
he
on
shot somebody. All I saw is a cop got shot, and about 5 shots went off in the video. My guess is that the cops discharged their guns, hit their buddy, and showed classic cop incompetence.
Like, what would be really funny is if, like, he didn't have a gun at all, and there was no guns in his house, and he was just a guy who was going to do a protest by disrupting the fucking dinner. But I think I like, he has a whole manifesto. He was clearly talking about who the targets were and stuff.
Yeah.
But that would be funny. Todd Blanchard refused to confirm that the shooter shot. Exactly. Because the cops weren't on his fucking hit list.
Stability.
They were just,
I think that is a
you know,
take
they're
that
just
comes
showing
from
up to
people
work.
who are really trying to protect their interests and protect the system that they're working within. In their version of politics, sure, but their version of politics has been losing for quite some time. I mean, the zeitgeist here in Maine is pretty clear. People do not want establishment politicians. People do not
Gotta
want
say,
to
creepy location Graham Plattner's calling in from.
People don't want to run the exact same kind of playbook that is lost to Susan Collins.
Show where are the bodies, Graham.
We are doing something entirely different. And it is ironic to me that the people who are crowing about electability are the same folks who tend to take polls seriously. But we are at now something like 12 or 13 consecutive polls that have me winning the primary by substantial margins and winning the general by significantly higher margins than the sitting governor would against Susan Collins. And so I think it's just, there has just been a shift in what politics is in this country. And a lot of the people in places of political power, the people who think that they have experience, the ground has shifted beneath them and they don't really know how to react.
That is a very fair point about the polls. Your critics, though, would say, well, look, we have a Republican president who was elected in 2016 with 0 executive or legislative experience. He didn't know anything about government. He had never been in public life. He was a guy from reality TV and Home Alone 2. Why should Democrats follow that path? You are an oyster fisherman, a Marine vet, which is great. But what do you know about legislating? What do you know about foreign policy, they might say?
Well, I would say, one, it's not the same path because I have an immense amount of experience dealing with American foreign policy firsthand.
Yes.
I have an immense amount of experience with the challenges of returning home from the failures of that foreign policy. But I also have a lot of experience in re-engaging with my community and building a small business and being successful materially down here in the real world. I think that one of our problems
Down here in the real world,
a lot of people.
Hang on. Are you acknowledging that you're in some type of, like, underground lair? Are you one of the mole people, Graham? Down here in the basement, exactly.
Who think that experience comes from being part of the political system that has brought us to this moment. But that politics that brought us here, that's the problem. Having experience in building the system that allows billionaires to consolidate the wealth that they've consolidated, that's allowed for a system that has created essentially unlivable conditions for a lot of working people in this country. Things like housing,
popular and well-known
general affordability
Spider-Man
of goods and
villain.
services goes through the roof. I have experience with that.
Everyone
with the
knows
exact-
Mole Man
or
from
I don't
Spider-Man.
have experience with that. I have experience with the outcomes of that kind of politics. And I think what we
Isn't that
really
The
need are
Incredibles?
people from the normal
No.
world
No, that's the
who understand
Underminer.
that policy begets real material things for people. And that is an experience that we have lost in many places in the halls of power. And I think it's one of the reasons why this campaign is so successful.
I mean, this ultimately
Many Americans,
doesn't
certainly
matter.
many Mainers,
Mole
believe
man.
that that's exactly the kind of experience that's going to get us into a better
He has
future.
to wear these
That's
glasses
undeniably
with
true
the
that
slits in
politics
them,
and
like the
Congress does not
Arctic
reflect
glasses,
the
because
real
he's
world
from
or real
underground,
people
so
and
the light
working
hurts his
people.
eyeballs.
And clearly, you've been popular because of that.
Americans not voting
I'm not going to
isn't
pretend I don't show
the
you
biggest
politics.
deal,
I
honestly.
do. Everyone knows that.
Right?
My
What a great villain.
When I watch your
It's
race,
just
though,
like
forgive me, I cannot think.
the
I
parties
cannot
have to put
forget
more effort
the John Fetterman
into
race. John Fetterman was someone I supported
doing what they're
in his primary. I
wanting to
supported him
do
in the general
to get
when
the
he was
people
being
to
attacked
vote.
by Republicans after his health issues.
Compared
after
to
his stroke,
Australia,
I
where the
defended him.
parties are fucking
And now you look
lazy
at John
because
Look,
they
he
Fetterman,
even
get
got
votes
his own
anyway.
toy.
He's a genocidal, warmongering, Trump-loving
I
Senate
bet
Democrat.
kids loved this one.
Refuses to go
Why don't you
against the
pause the
filibuster
fucking
and all sorts
video?
of other things he promised to be a vote on. And of course,
Who cares? I mean, don't you? Wouldn't you be excited to get this as a kid? What a great
Sure.
action figure.
I was never into action figures. And it's
Okay.
a very American thing.
But are you into Mole Man? Oh, look, there's another one. More than one Mole Man action figure existing. I kind of... Like, this is clearly just like a fan thing, you know? That's way too detailed to sculpt.
Mm.
Marvel Legends. Didn't need to make this. I bet this is a hot seller, huh? Everyone knows the Mole Man. He kidnapped Aunt May.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who hasn't?
The real point is that the Mole Man has. I think
wasn't
he
just
marries
popular because
her.
He was a progressive. He was seen as
Weird.
an ordinary person too. He was, he wore a hoodie. I notice you're wearing a hoodie right now. He wears a hoodie. Yeah, so you must get this, Graham Plattner. Like, how do you avoid the John Fetterman vibes? People say, I like Graham Plattner, but I hope he doesn't turn into John Fetterman once he's liking this video.
Wow, what a
Don't just
terrible
watch,
place to
hit
put
like,
your role.
Share and subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to zeteo.com and subscribe now.
I mean,
you'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
He would need to suffer from a head
I will
injury
say that
to become like John Fetterman. What
He-
was wrong
no,
with him?
John Fetterman, I don't think it's so much a head injury. It's more about how many dollar signs he was able to see.
Was
Probably
he a Democrat?
more money than he's ever run into his entire life.
Was he a Democrat, then got a head injury and became a Republican?
No, he had a stroke, but he was still running his campaign post-stroke like he was going to be progressive and socialist. And he was running against a guy who called Wegmans Wagners. Who lives in fucking Istanbul.
So it was basically a done deal for him. And then he got in and got overwhelmed with cash.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's greed.
And a brain injury.
I just think that he saw the dollar signs, and because like he's a working class guy, right?
Mm.
Like the money that probably was shown to him on what he'll get for being the biggest piece of shit in Congress. He said, "Fuck my constituents." You see how many zeros are in there?
Mm. That's a fair point.
Man is the bane of my existence. I get asked about this and everything. I will say this: I'm going to wear a suit on the Senate floor.
Okay.
That's how you can be on the Senate floor, and if you want to be effective in the Senate,
Well said.
you have to be on the floor. Otherwise, I don't know what's the point. The other thing is, and I think this is really important. You know, much of the story around John Fetterman was a bit of a story. You know, he had been trying to get into politics for quite some time.
Yes.
When you look at his background, for many, it was clear he had political ambitions. You know, I really was just an oyster farmer, and the extent of my political ambitions was being the harbor master in my town of 1,000 people. The reason I'm doing this is I do have a theory of power in which the U.S. Senate has a extremely important function. I think because it's it was built to be a place of power for elites, to hold back working class power, but that actually makes it a unique target to build working class power, because the bang for your buck with Senate seats is pretty spectacular when it comes to power versus the funds and the kind of apparatus necessary to win. And I think, standing up against the Trump administration, building a better future, we need loud voices in the Senate who are willing to build power and wield it. Fetterman, really doesn't come from that kind of, I think, one, structural critique, and certainly didn't have, when you look closer, a long track record of being very specific or very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Consistent on his policies. For instance, on Israel, long before that happened, he's been outspoken in supporting the Israeli government.
Yes.
And you can find op-eds I wrote in my local paper long before I ever thought about running for U.S. Senate, condemning the genocide in Gaza. So there are elements of me that I think are much more legitimate when it comes to some from the normal world.
I want to delve into Israel in just a moment. Just one other name that's associated with you when people talk about your candidacy. Some people call you the white Mamdani. I don't know if you've heard that phrase, which made me chuckle. What do you make of the comparisons with Zoran Mamdani? Here is a proud democratic socialist who ran a very populist, leftist, anti-establishment primary campaign and then general election campaign and won. What do you make of the comparisons between you and Zoran Mamdani?
I think the comparisons are at this point primarily just because anybody who's doing something outside of the normal realm of politics with any kind of populist message for working class people, we're all going to get lumped together. I think the mayor and I's backgrounds are intensely different.
Yes.
Assume that my gun safe looks a little bit different than his. And there are elements, I think, of where we come from in our worlds and our politics that are different. One thing that I think you can absolutely make a comparison about is our focus on organizing as a political tool, focusing on building power in communities to have that be part of your electoral strategy. We're very much doing that here in Maine. It's why we are succeeding at the rate that we are.
Yes.
And if you look at where the mayor won, it was because he had a lot of people who turned out and organized the old-fashioned way. I think that's a fair comparison.
Do you consider yourself to be a socialist? I know in the past online you've written that you were a communist at one point.
No, I don't. And if you read those comments, it's very clear that I'm being very sarcastic.
Fair.
We have a political world in which any kind of populism that's good for working people gets framed as either socialism or communism.
Yes.
I do think we need to tax the rich. I think we need to invest in social programs.
Good enough.
I think we need to do all of that. The joke is that I'm certainly not that at all, but we have this kind of vapid political narrative that always has us using these words, that frankly, the words are not being ever used in like a real context.
I think Harry Truman famously said, you can call me socialist all you want, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. Let's talk about Israel and the war. You are a military veteran. You spent the better part of a decade in the military. You served in Iraq, Afghanistan.
I think we should spit on Israel.
Is that what made you anti-war?
It's part of it. I even when I enlisted, I was skeptical of American foreign policy. I will say once I got in it and it became my profession, and it became very much part of who I was and what I was doing, I then kind of threw myself into the work. When I left after my fourth deployment, that was when I really began to look back and recognize that everything, and it was on my fourth deployment to Afghanistan, there was a moment where I was like, we are not doing what we say we're doing. We're not going to win this war. I don't even know what winning this war looks like. I don't think anybody knows that's running this war knows what winning it looks like. And at that point, I began to wonder, if we're not doing the thing that we claim we're doing, if we're not bringing democracy, if we're not trying to make the world safer, what are we doing? And when I began to look closer, I really began to fully buy into the fact that these wars just make people wealthy. And these wars are good for people in political power. They use them as electoral tools. They use them in ways to display like their quote unquote strength as leaders. And none of them take into account the human cost. And for me, the human cost is not a theory, and it's not something to be thought about in this sort of non-material way, the cost of war is something I have seen up front. I have seen friends die. I have seen what happens when high explosives interact with children. It's an awful thing. And I fundamentally believe that it should not be the core of how we use our foreign policy.
Do you believe that Donald Trump and the Trump family and Jared Kushner, that part of this Iran war is about them making money?
Yes, of course. I mean, essentially, everything the Trump administration does at some point, you boil it down to them, their family members, or their inner circle making money off of it. That is certainly part of it.
How would you describe the U.S. relationship with Israel?
I mean, at this point, I would just say shameful. You know, this is what has happened in Gaza.
Fair enough.
It's the moral question of our time. And we failed it miserably. We continue to fail. You know, there's a genocide that has been committed in Gaza, and we continue to not only not stand up against it, but allow it to happen, run political cover for it, run diplomatic cover for it. You know, down the road, history is not going to remember the leaders of this nation of both parties, by the way, who allowed this to happen. It's not going to remember them well. And it is...
Nothing. The Aztecs are coming with missionaries.
It brings me an immense amount of shame, and I think it brings a lot of shame to a lot of Americans that even now we're continuing to have this relationship and to support the mass killing of innocent civilians.
So on that note, what would a Senator Graham Plattner of Maine do in the United States Congress to prevent us from carrying on our complicit relationship with a genocidal nation?
Well, I certainly would have voted with the 40 Democrats who yesterday voted to stop sending money and arms to the Israeli government. I would support that wholeheartedly. And down the road, if it is a relationship that is going to be repaired, we need to be looking at death to the IDF, in an entirely different structure than what exists now.
That's a good policy position to have.
It's not as simple for me as like the genocide just stops and then we turn the bombs and the money back on, right? Like we need to see a hell of a lot more than that to justify American support for an ally who is willing.
Are you saying you would want to see Israel make actual changes to the way it runs itself, controls the Palestinians? For example, its apartheid policies, that would be an issue for you?
Yes, absolutely. And illegal settlements need to end. In fact, they need to be rolled back. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to repair this relationship.
Would you follow in the footsteps of Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, who has said she opposes all U.S. military aid to Israel, including for the quote-unquote defensive Iron Dome?
Yes. I mean, look, we have laws on the books in this country that say that regimes, governments committing war crimes do not get American aid.
Yeah, they spawn whenever
all we are asking is that we follow our own laws here. It's not that complicated.
That's why if they're not near you, you should
Your
destroy
opponent,
them.
Janet Mills, was recently asked if she denies that Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza. She kind of threw up her hands and just started talking about genocides in Sudan and weirdly in Somalia. She also mentioned the Rwandan genocide from
very all
over
lives
30
matter
years ago.
response.
She wouldn't say Israel is committing a genocide. She just dodged that point. What do you think's driving that kind of answer and behavior from her?
You know, I very much think this comes from an era of establishment politicians that are just fundamentally wrong on this issue, and who think that these sort of mealy-mouthed, politically incoherent responses are going to be acceptable to the American people, and they're not. People don't want to hear like a 10-minute rambling, winding explanation invoking genocides from 30 years ago and about how concerning it all is. People don't want concern. People want it to stop. And they want politicians and leaders who are going to call it for what it is, for what the entire world sees it for
religion
being.
in my main city,
And
we're gonna have to reload.
I just think that there are a lot of establishment politicians who just cannot come to grips with this shift.
Just on that note, just grabbing something you just said a moment ago, do you think the reason for your success so far in the polls is that you do speak like a normal person? Like, is that a problem that has plagued the Democratic Party, that everyone talks like a consultant, speaks in talking points? And actually, Donald Trump showed us that the American public not only don't care if you don't talk like a politician, they actually prefer it if you don't.
Oh, by 100%. I mean, something that's been fascinating for me in this entire experience is realizing just how many people who run for office don't actually have any deeper political beliefs. Like,
he's got a fucking, hang on, full screen this. He's got a fucking sign made out of crayon.
Cran. He does too.
Office supply donations.
Yeah. Low cost. Sure.
for me, being able to explain my positions is relatively easy. I feel like I've got a very strong political foundation. I know what I believe. I know why I believe it. And it's easy for me to talk about it because this is stuff that I believe. It's not, I don't have these like pre-memorized, focus group tested talking points that I have to Rolodex through in my brain. I'm running on
the
my
Byzantines
politics.
to really care
And
about
what
their
I have
faith
found is
and
that
keep
when
the
you run on your
Aztecs
politics,
focused on them.
people just find that accessible and understandable. And when you go out into communities like we've been doing, we hold town halls almost daily. When you do that and you talk about what you believe, why you believe it, and what policies you want to enact to make those beliefs a reality, people they understand it and they connect with it. And I think that very much has to do with why we've succeeded in the polls thus far.
So on that note, a perfect segue into what I want to talk about next, which I'm sure you're fed up about talking about, but is all the controversies associated with you and especially your online comments from the past. And since you said you're comfortable explaining yourself, let's talk very plainly about some of this stuff, because I know you've spoken about this before, but it's the first time you and I are speaking about any of this. The biggest single controversy of your campaign, which is not going to go away if Susan Collins has her way, is a tattoo you got in 2007 that you've since had covered up of a skull and crossbones that resembles
this guy.
A very infamous Nazi symbol. You said you had no idea about the connection, saying, quote, "I absolutely would not have gone through life having this on my chest if I knew that." When exactly did you find out that the tattoo on your chest could be a Nazi tattoo or seen as one?
About 3 or 4 days before I had it covered up. I got that tattoo with some other Marines when we were on shore leave in Croatia in 2007.
Wow, there's your
I had it
problem.
for 17 years. I went through 2 security clearances. I re-enlisted in the United States Army, got screened for gang and hate tattoos, and then I went to work for the State Department on the ambassador security team in Kabul, where I got a top secret clearance and also got screened. Never came up. I took my shirt off in front of my extended Jewish family the entire time. I would not have done that if I thought I had some obviously recognizable white supremacist or Nazi symbol.
So Graham, why then, and that all sounds perfectly reasonable, especially the security checks. So why then did a former top official on your campaign, Genevieve McDonald, your former political director, tell The Guardian last year, while he may not have known what his tattoo meant when he selected the image, it's not plausible he remained ignorant of its meaning all these years?
I don't know why she said that. She was only on the campaign for a little over a month and would not have known anything about things I would have known. She quit in rather spectacular fashion and then spent some time saying deprecating things about the campaign and about myself.
Okay, then why did CNN report that they spoke to an acquaintance of yours from more than a decade ago who said you talked to him about your tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol?
Well, I believe they actually reported on a Jewish Insider investigation, which had spoken to one anonymous person who, when they claimed they knew me, it was years, they said they knew me from when I worked at a bar from years I didn't even work at that bar.
Okay.
And
so you're denying that allegation, just to be clear?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It also came out after the story broke. So, you know, it's...
Just on the bigger picture, I can understand what you're saying, and I'm hearing your denials and the point about your extended Jewish family. It makes sense. And you're a progressive, so people are giving you a lot of leeway because they like your policy platform. But surely you would admit, if you were a Republican who had been found with that tattoo on your chest, people, progressives, Democrats, would be losing their minds, wouldn't they not?
Well, I think if I had that tattoo and had displayed at any point in my life any affinity for fascism or bigotry or racism, then that would absolutely be something to connect. Thing is, in all of my Reddit posts, if you read through them, they've been out there since October, every single one of them. It's fairly clear that I have been long an opponent of fascism, bigotry, and racism. Sometimes with language that people say is too extreme, even though, I don't know, fighting fascism seems like something...
Do you call them cunts?
On the language front, though, this has caught up with you now. We talked a moment ago about how popular you've become because you speak like a normal person. But that comes with its own challenges in the political world, which is you've used the word retarded, which I saw you apologize for this week. You've made comments about women that both Janet Mills and Susan Collins have attacked you for. There's the tattoo. Do you at least accept that going into the general election, this is going to be an issue for you because the Republican Party are not going to let this slide. They're going to use this against you. You know the word baggage. Do you at least accept that from a perceptual point of view, regardless of your individual justifications for all of it, do you accept politically it is a big challenge for you going into the general election with all of this quote-unquote baggage?
I will say I don't really think so, because in my experience thus far going around Maine, a lot of people look at that and say, like, okay, so he's a guy that never wanted to run for office. He's not of the system at all, and he very clearly just comes from the normal world and has existed in the normal world, coming with all of the things that come with that. I mean, I was in the Marine Corps Infantry, and I have worked on a boat on the ocean for the past decade. Salty language, that kind of stuff it is a thing that I am constantly working to improve, but it also very much is because of the place that I come from and the world that I come from, and I am working very hard to always be improving and to always be being a better version of myself. I think for a lot of people, that's what they're working on too. And it is a way that we can sort of demonstrate that you can change. You can improve yourself. You can take
okay, this guy's a good bullshit artist.
Said in the past. And while of course the Republican Party is going to try to hammer me in the ground on this stuff,
lob it up for him.
But truthfully, as I go around Maine, people in Maine don't care about that. People in Maine care about the fact that the hospitals are closing.
Yes. You do have a 27-point lead over Janet Mills, so clearly you're right about that.
Holy shit.
I think in the general it's slightly different, right? Because the Republican Party, as you know, and Susan Collins is no fool, she's held that seat for a while. They're doing their Oppo research on you. I got to ask the question, Graham, is there other stuff out there that's going to come out now, between now and November? Is there another chat forum we don't know about? Another tattoo we haven't seen?
No.
My ass.
Everybody's seen all my tattoos now, and everybody's read all my internet comments. And we released everything.
Okay.
We put it all back in October.
Time will tell.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. And look, the Republican Party is
kind of
absolutely
hostile
going to
all
lie.
of a sudden.
You know, at some point that's coming. They swift voted John Kerry. They said Barack Obama wasn't an American. So when it comes to the Republican Party, God only knows what they're going to come up with that isn't true. They just ran an AI-generated
They
thing
did,
of me
yes.
a couple.
Ridiculous.
So the dirty tricks, that's all going to happen.
But one last question on this before we move on. What do you say to supporters of Janet Mills' establishment? Where they say, look, it's just not worth the risk. Why put up someone with all of this stuff who has to explain away Nazi-looking tattoos? Why not just put up the governor of the state who's already won
What is the
statewide as a
actual
Democrat
tattoo?
and doesn't have a tattoo of a skull and bones on her?
It is a totem cup.
Because the governor consistently loses in
Why
the polls.
is Mehdi saying could come off like a Nazi tattoo? Brother,
close to the political
that's a Nazi
the governor
tattoo.
was the DS candidate. Chosen by
Amazing.
Nice with the phrasing.
That's far more risky right now. People don't want establishment politics.
That's true.
People want real people in politics who are going to fight for the material needs of real people.
On that note, let's do a quick rapid fire to see where you stand on some real issues. Would you vote in
Man,
favor
I
of
just
a
got
$20 minimum
three
wage?
tribal villages in one
Yes.
turn.
Would you vote to get rid of the
Nice.
Senate filibuster?
Yes.
Would you vote to convict Donald Trump in an impeachment trial?
Yes.
Do you support statehood for DC and Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Do you support Chuck Schumer for Senate Majority Leader?
No.
No.
Do you support Hakeem Jeffries for House Speaker in 2027?
No.
Would you support a ban on assault weapons?
Yes.
No.
Oh!
If you go on to win your Senate seat in Maine, will you run for president in 2028?
No.
All right, so those answers, I think a lot of people will be nodding along, apart from probably the assault weapons ban question, which I think, as you know, a lot of progressives will disagree with you on and say it's a major issue that
progressives
helps
are
prevent
fucking
mass
idiots.
shootings. What would you say to them?
I think in a country that's already awash in guns, we have 20 to 30 million AR-15s in America. We don't actually know how many. restricting access to people with a violent history or people who are going to commit a violent act, that is where we're going to see the most effect. And I support universal background checks, and I support red flag laws, like the one that Maine passed by ballot measure overwhelmingly last November. I think that those combined with expanding mental health services across the board as part of a much more substantial healthcare system and using the power of the federal government to elevate people out of poverty, I think holistically, when we think about gun violence, that's where we're going to get the most reduction.
You said earlier this week that you think Chuck Schumer will back your candidacy if you're the general election official Democratic candidate going into the fall against Susan Collins. You're not worried that they might, a la Zoran Mamdani, sorry to go back to Mamdani, there might be a sense where actually they just refuse to endorse and back you?
Who the mayor of New York is does not control who is the majority in the Senate. And if Democrats in the Senate want anything else, or they don't want anything else more than getting the majority, any road to a blue Senate goes through the state of Maine. Beating Susan Collins, who we have been unable to unseat for 30 years, that is a goal that the Democratic Party wants.
Oh boy,
to
here
accomplish.
comes the orthodox.
And I firmly believe that when I'm the nominee, the Democratic Party is going to understand that, and they are going to want to beat Susan Collins far more than they may have some disdain for me.
I do hope you're right, because Susan Collins is one of the chief enablers of Trump in our lifetime. Last question, Graham Plattner. Josh Keefe, a reporter at the Maine Monitor, I believe you went to high school.
I still haven't got the
He wrote an
religion.
article recently, and he pointed out that you were voted most likely to start a revolution back in high school. What would a Graham Plattner revolution in Washington, D.C. look like if you get there?
I mean, I very much subscribe to Bernie Sanders' concept that we need a political revolution. And it would be a revolution, not just in policy, but also in structure. We need to bring democracy back. We need to get money out of politics. If I had my way, elections would be publicly funded. They'd last about 2 months. I think that we need to look at the structures we have that are supposed to be democratic and understand that they have not resulted in an actual representative democracy. We need to change many of those structures. And I think a lot of it is going to come down to a 21st century economic bill of rights. In 1944, FDR put out an economic bill of rights. He thought that while we had democratized our politics, we had not democratized our economy. And in a system in which consolidated wealth eventually equals consolidated political power, that is a project we need to be engaged in. And I am very much an advocate for that for finishing that project. And I would say bringing to fruition the actual goal of New Deal programs. Instead, they got stymied, and we've been seeing them get cut ever since. We need to finish that project.
Well said. Graham Plattner, Democratic primary candidate in Maine, thank you so much for joining me on Mehdi Unfiltered. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
You shouldn't do unfiltered. It's worse for you.
YouTube channel and turn on
I actually don't think that's true.
For exclusive
I don't think the
content.
filters do anything.
Mm-hmm. A bunch of videos I put on the playlist over the last week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Lights, camera, action!
So far on this channel, we've looked at specific films and specifics for analysis, but we haven't really ventured into the history of cinema. So what better place to start than arguably the most important few years in film culture? If you haven't
My shit's slow as fuck.
guess what I'm talking about, I'm talking about the era of the French New Wave. Now, odds are, if you study movies or have a keen interest in the medium, then you more than likely have at least heard of this term before, but may not actually know what's so influential about it. I'd encourage everyone by the end of this video to look further into the history of the New Wave, and definitely watch the films associated with it. If you're involved in any of the arts, it's a pretty inspiring story. It shows that you don't need to work at the bottom for years to get to where you want to be. But for those that don't know, and for the sake of brevity, here's the story of the French New Wave's genesis in a nutshell. It's Paris in the late 50s, and film enthusiasts write and discuss about cinema as they don't have the money to make their own films. Jean-Luc Godard, François Truffaut, Claude Chabrol and Jacques Rivette become known as the Young Turks. They talk about how movies feel stale due to a lack of innovation in the industry. For that reason, they decide to create films in their own new and original format. And by doing so, they change the face of cinema. A large aspect of the New Wave, which also goes by the name La Nouvelle Vague, was to create a personal kind of cinema, one in which the film professed the director's life experiences and philosophies. The clip you're about to see is from Jean-Luc Godard's short film The Small Soldier.
Photographie, c'est la vérité. Et le cinéma, c'est 24 fois la vérité par seconde.
This quote is the essence of the philosophy behind the Young Turks' process when making movies. Their whole purpose was to capture French life during the 50s and 60s, and they felt that the best way to present that to the world was through cinema.
Que le cinéma était très bien, simplement que ça manquait de sincérité et qu'il fallait faire la même chose en mieux.
However, they couldn't use the already established film techniques of their predecessors because that wasn't reflective of their life. It resembled an era of movies that they thought were outdated. In order to create a true representation of their lives, their films needed to differentiate themselves from their older counterparts, so they ventured into developing a new style of filmmaking. The result was, whatever films had been doing up to that point to tell their stories, they needed to create an alternative. But this wasn't just a case of being different for the sake of it, but to develop original techniques that could substitute the already existing methods. They wanted to show that things could be done differently, and do that by slapping the face of conventional cinema.
Au cinéma, c'est comme ça et pas autrement.
The French New Wave didn't destroy the pre-established rules films had used for years, they simply added to them, and you can see that the medium is a better place for it. So let's see why we should be so thankful for this group of French bohemians.
What they brought to editing was a breaking of the rules. Whatever books that said this is how it had to be done, they burned them.
Okay, who is that creep?
The first thing you're likely to notice about a French New Wave film is its editing.
Was it Roman Polanski?
No, it was Tarantino.
I wasn't looking.
So what was so special about it? Well, first off, let's enhance on some of the components of editing, specifically cuts. What's the meaning behind a jump cut? Well, a jump cut is both spatial and temporal. Let me make that easier. A jump cut is used to show the difference in both the space and time between two shots. And we can separate jump cuts into two distinct functionalities. To match two shots,
He's gonna drive and turn you and...
or to mismatch two shots.
좀 조용 좀 하라고 조용히 좀! 보내줘!
The latter being the reason as to why jump cuts were mainly avoided
Bro
prior
up
to the
here
New Wave.
trying to spread Eastern
Editing's purpose back then
Orthodoxy
was to
while
maintain continuity
his religion
in
is
the
about to be
scene and
wiped
keep
out
things
by the
flowing at a
Aztecs.
very specific pace.
If we were to think about the films that were being made, there
Go
was a
home,
certain
brother.
film
Haynes didn't
language
give
that
a
was
shit.
very, very distinct. Certain kinds of coverage, long shot, two shot, single. There was almost a formulaic way of presenting films. This film language was very strict, and in editorial terms, there were rules that one felt could not be broken.
These rules were a way of keeping editing invisible, as there's nothing intrusive about it so the audience doesn't notice it. This is fine depending on the type of movie you're creating, but if there's one thing about the Young Turks, it's that they wanted to be noticed. Seeing how conversations were edited in other pictures at the time, let's take a look at how a conversation was edited in Godard's Breathless.
J'aime une fille qui a une très jolie nuque, de très jolis seins, une très jolie voix, de très jolis poignets, un très joli front, de très jolis genoux.
No master shot, no reaction shot, no over the shot, and flooded with discontinuous editing. When you edit a conversation scene with jump cuts, what you do is contrast two pieces of footage instead of complement. The result? The audience becomes more conscious that they're watching a movie.
Je lui donne rendez-vous, on déjeune ensemble. Je voulais lui dire, voilà, on est bons amis, je trouve qu'on devrait coucher ensemble. Pourquoi, comme ça? Et je ne sais pas.
As we established, the New Wave was about representing the spirit of their era by using new techniques to create a new style of filmmaking. That style was to make the audience aware that they were watching a film. It demystified audiences at the time as it didn't follow Hollywood's editing etiquette.
Où tu vas maintenant?
Au New York Herald.
Tournez pas la tête, regardez devant vous. Quoi ça sert d'écrire des articles?
But by doing so, they were able to reduce restrictions on the assembly of their movies. They made filmmaking look easy. The term montage is the French term for assembly when editing, and if it wasn't for this style of editing, the modern day montage may not have existed without it. You may be familiar with auteur theory. Well, that too stemmed from the era of the New Wave. It meant that the director of a film was seen as its author and the overall creative force behind a picture. During the New Wave, another theory was created, known as la camera
He did
stylo,
pull his missionary
which
back
literally
to
means
save
that a
his
director
faith.
should use their camera the same way a writer would use their pen. This simple concept has changed filmmaking. The idea that a
easy
director
way
could
to
have his
defeat
or her own visual trademarks
military
and
inquest
stylings that would personalise their films has enhanced creativity in this
inquisitor.
medium since its inception.
Goodbye.
That's why we have auteurs today. Movies became
you
less
need to
dictated by the big
burn an
studios,
apostle for
and the
one.
directors of the French New Wave, through their own innovation, became auteurs themselves. The editing stylization of the New
That's
Wave
too
was
expensive.
to an
I'd rather
influence
have
in
my
itself.
apostle as
By cutting out
act as a
moments
guard
that
that
filmmakers
punch
felt weren't
missionaries.
important to the scene, it sped
You
up the
come
film.
in, you
Ever since
sock 'em
then,
in the
movie
mouth.
paces have increased significantly. These filmmakers understood the grammar of film so well that they realised that the audience doesn't have to be shown everything. An example of this was not just their editing of individual scenes, but transitional editing too.
And then my
In
faith
most
will
older
spread to
movies,
you and
would
you'll
move
be
from
able
one
to-
location to another through a dissolve,
Well, with
and then
our
you'd have to
combined
watch your
strength,
character walk to wherever it is they were
we'll
going.
hold back
This
the
isn't
religion.
necessary. So what was the
Why
New
would
Wave
you want to found a
alternative?
religion?
Because I was already
Just cut
working
to
to it.
This comprehension of film
That's just
language
gonna
contributed to the
make it
golden
harder
rule of
for me
show
to keep
don't
mine
tell.
with the Aztecs
Because they
at our border.
realised that not only do you
That's
not need
fine,
to tell,
I'll go to Canada.
but sometimes you don't even need to show. But if you do
That's
need
just
to
gonna
use
make it
setting,
harder.
you don't need to spend an entire scene showing off the surroundings. Francois Truffaut would simply pan towards a setting if it was in the same area.
fine.
That way you have the transition and establishing shot all in one take. Which brings us to the second most noticeable aspect of the New Wave, camera movement. Now, handheld cameras weren't used exclusively by the directors of the Nouvelle Vague, but the concept of an unencumbered camera was still in its infancy. So in order to differentiate themselves from what they deemed archaic cinema
Big
once more,
Dog
they
Donnie.
experimented with moving the camera as opposed to leaving it static. Truffaut liked to pan and move quickly during a scene. Godard typically tracked from a low angle in front of his characters. Agnes Varda tracked slowly through her settings almost like a POV shot.
That's a hell
These
of
are
a
just
comment.
a few instances I've chosen
definitely
because there's
something
no
you can
definitive
say.
definition for what a moving camera means in
It's
a film.
2029
but we
now,
can
not
look at the difference between the
20
movement of the new
28.
wave compared
It's
to the
called
stasis
sarcasm,
of older
bro.
flicks. For one, camera movement can make a closed frame
Jeez.
scene become an open frame
Not
scene. This changes
impressed.
your movie's tone, as the filmed environment feels less encapsulated to what's
Instead
just in
of
the frame.
letting
It's like
me
when we see an
convert
actor
these
look or
barbarians with my
interact with a
general,
subject off screen, we
killed
subconsciously
him and
assume
sent him
that
back
there is
to
a
base.
world outside of what we see, but I'm sure I've spoken about this technique before. Pick any scene in any New Wave film, and you're more than likely to see the camera do something unconventional. Two people talking, camera moves. Someone entering a scene, camera moves. You could argue that this was art through adversity, as they couldn't afford the best technology at the time, but regardless, this technique became a staple of the New Wave. The directors took influence from documentaries of the time to capture a fly-on-the-wall feel. The movements of the camera were blurring the lines between art and reality. But the thing that I find most interesting about this is that...
I don't know, sounds like the French being full of themselves to me.
Another builder? Why not? Monumentality? Use it up. Should stay in a golden age. Should be fine.
Hi everyone and welcome to the latest monologue.
Hello.
Today I'm talking about imperialism. it's something that I've spoken about and mentioned many times in my monologues and other forums, but it's bizarre to me that very few of my countrymen, i.e. Kenyans, actually understand what imperialism is. They think, since we are such a literal society, they keep thinking when I talk of imperialism, I'm referring to the British Empire and colonialism, which that is part of it. But imperialism today is something very different, is something very subtle, cultural. Now, a few events that have happened recently have given me a sort of teaching moment to talk about imperialism. Now, in the news recently, there's the past couple of days, there's been a very disturbing expose of a teacher, somebody called Airo, who teaches at Alliance Girls High School. And it was done by African Censored. And there's all these accusations of he was behaving inappropriately, sexually inappropriately with girls under his tutelage and care. And this is multiple. There are multiple victims. It's not just one incident. It's multiple victims. But apart from all the frankly horrifying things people said about it, what spoke loudest to me was the silences. And which silences am I talking about? First of all, reported silence from the school administration, from some of the people who sought to take it up with the administration. The fact that this teacher is still teaching in that school today, the fact that no legal action has been taken either by the school administration, board of governors, or even parents of these unfortunate kids. Obviously, some of them are adults now, taking care of themselves. But those silences speak very loudly, and this is what gives me an opportunity to talk about imperialism.
Time to destroy the
because that
city-state.
silence, that is imperialism, and this is how I mean it. Those of us who went to these so-called national schools, we are strangely hung up on the reputation of these schools. I personally went to Nairobi School. I still see people talking a lot about, and I'm members of groups where people talk about what happened back then when we were in school. And this is the best part of 40 years ago. 40. I mean, someone born when I left Nairobi School now has maybe got kids in primary school. that's the reality of it. But back to Alliance, we like making jokes in Kenya. Like, people are always saying, I went to Alliance, and we take it lightly as a joke. That's imperialism. It's a symptom of imperialism, albeit a harmless one. Now, the harmful ones like these silences. I mean, obviously, to all the people involved, the parents, many of the victims, the school administration, board of governors, alumni, to all these people, the reputation of Alliance as a top school and a place of training excellence, a center of excellence, is far more important than the welfare of 1, 2, or 3, 4, 5, 10 girls, vulnerable girls. Far more important. That is the definition of imperialism. And let's say hypothetically, you decided to take this up. Personally,
But is that what Lenin says?
I've never been a parent at Alliance, but I've accompanied a friend of mine who was a parent to some visiting day. You'd be shocked at the company you're in when you're parents of Alliance, MPs, senators, members of cabinet, the who is who in the Kenya state system. That's how deep the belief in Alliance is.
The who is
Teachers who leave after leaving Alliance usually end up, as in the principals, leave Alliance and end up in senior civil service
great
positions,
little
as is the
verbal
case with all these
mannerism
other national schools.
that could only come from
Nairobi School, we've had
English as a second language.
headmasters or principals who've gone on to be permanent
It's that
secretaries.
kind of shit that I fucking love.
Some from even Lenana have gone on to be ambassadors, etc.
There, but not quite there.
And that
it's
is
such a unique thing.
Now imagine you took this thing forward took up legal action, it is very likely that you would end up sitting before a magistrate or judge that was a student of Alliance.
It's like
You know how bad
anytime
that makes things
I
for you.
encounter somebody
Let's say we took it to be
who
someone
came
tried
here
to
from
bring up a
overseas
motion in Parliament to discuss
and they
it.
use cunt like we
We know
say,
the majority leader in Parliament today
it gets me
is an
every
alumni
time.
of Alliance. Top government offices are populated by alumni of Alliance. I personally came face to face with this from another angle. There's also the
Made it for
religious
the
angle.
movie,
This
huh?
teacher is a Christian. I should not say religious angle, Christianity, because I can't speak. I haven't heard of this sort of from the angle of Islam or Hinduism, but I know of it from Christianity. He's also a Christian Union leader, a man of faith. That makes it even worse for anyone who wants to take advantage of this, who wants to take action on this. Sorry.
Is this the leader of JNIM?
Imperialism came to Kenya hand in hand with Christianity. And the distinction between compliant people and non-compliant people in colonial days was usually defined by
nobody really.
whether or not they have embraced Christianity.
Kenya.
In Western Kenya, where I come from, the sort of elite chosen families, etc., these were defined by clergy. In central Kenya, it was defined more by participation in government, direct collaboration with government, the landed gentry, etc. But Western Kenya was clergy. But all over, Christianity has this inordinate power over our systems. That's imperialism. We are currently discussing the construction of a church in no less than our state house. That's imperialism. But this is why we need to join the dots and see imperialism for what it is. I went to University of Eastern Africa, Baraton, a church-run institution.
I'm a
this is a
Dixie
university.
grad. Shut the fuck up.
And there were untold misdeeds, similar to what Airo was involved in Alliance. And I got exposed to this, despite being a man. I got exposed to this because I was chairman of the Students' Council. That's sometime in the 90s. And taking action, peaceful protests against this got
Also,
me suspended.
I've got
the only time I've ever
such
been
good,
suspended from in my entire
environment
academic
to do
career, if I can call it that.
Religion.
Yeah,
I've got nothing but mountains.
Many students were suspended in after the brouhaha that came up from all these injustices, and the case was taken to court.
Bonuses are faith,
and because there was no hearings, anything told, like the Bible says this, that. This Christian fundamentalism, and you get suspended.
You buy him with faith,
so
you still
went
get
to court and seeking redress.
Yeah, that's fine.
We ended
that's
up
why
before
I'm going
a judge
to
was called
a religion.
Justice, I think Mary Angawa.
Other than that, I don't really give a shit.
Family. No points for guessing how that case went. Thrown out.
I played a game as America.
This is imperialism.
Just by myself. And the religion.
And this is why we have to face up to it. Because
I was just scrolling
we
through.
take it
like,
casually when someone we look around people saying, "Oh, I went to Alliance. But when it comes down to an injustice done at Alliance, a poor girl may be harassed or mistreated in some way. Look at the forces ranged against her.
The perfect
church,
form.
The school, the state, even her parents. How dare you complain? We've taken you to Alliance. We've given you a good education such that you managed to get to Alliance, and then now you're telling us you don't want to go to that school because of you're being harassed in one way or another. This is how we end. Imperialism makes us even mistreat our own children. That's the power of imperialism, because the parents believe that the opportunities that may come to you from going to Alliance are more important than your welfare as a child. It's simple as that. Simple as that. That's why one of the things I promised myself is that I'll work hard so that my child will never go to new schools. Never.
This guy's based as fuck.
And that is something we have to face up to. I've just seen a couple of days ago, a friend of mine online was crowing proudly about the wonderful speech our president gave at some forum in London. And I said, because I mean, that's imperialism. What makes you proud when you see people from empire, the old country, clapping for our president. When we clap for our president here, we should be proud then. Not, I don't care what they think about him out there, because it completely has nothing to do with me. And I looked at the speech itself. It was a good speech. Then I contrasted it with the same sort of I contrasted it with the
I do like this guy.
typical speech the same individual gives us here, and I was offended because
did you die?
They couldn't be more different. What we get here is usually almost profane shows of power, displays of power. I have no apologies to make over this, that, the other. I am doing this. I am doing that. And then again, Christianity rears its head in there. The devil doesn't like this and that. What will I tell God? These are the kind of speeches we are giving here. So if a good speech is given in London,
Who is this?
Care.
Just some guy from
Because
Kenya.
I'm not imperialist.
That
So
I found.
we need to check what the things we do and the way we handle
I'll post the
life
video in
and our
chat.
families. Because imperialism
You know
is
what's
not
funny?
something that ended in 1960.
Pause it for a second.
I've said it before. Imperialism is here in Kenya, and Kenya is extremely imperialist.
So,
despite the fact we don't have not
stuff.
an empire.
Yeah. So, my mum came to me the other day and asked if she was to move to a different country, what country would she move to? And one of my answers was Kenya. And she was very surprised by that. I'm like, it's really not that far from a modern Western city. Like, really good medical, really good universities. Science out of Kenya is insane. Don't they have fucking space shit in Kenya?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's realistically, Kenya is a quite a modern country in all aspects. And like, she's a nurse. I'm like, they speak English. You're a nurse. Kenya would probably be a pretty good option for
That's
you.
true. The roads, the roads do suck.
Eh.
But at least you know that they have them.
They do have roads. But like,
so many people think it's fucking lions
dirt
over
roads.
there.
It's crazy. So like, she was really surprised when I said Kenya, but I'm like, I wasn't joking either. Like, Kenya would be a genuine option. There are obviously regional issues around Kenya, which would maybe make it less of an option. But, you know, right now at least, while it's not super crazy, while Ethiopia and Eritrea haven't waged war on each other yet, while Rwanda is still kind of busy with China and Russia in the Congo, while AES is dealing with their terrorism over there, Kenya's kind of just this small, I say small, but this hub of like, nothing's really going on. Oh, they have soldiers in Haiti. That's what they're doing. Like, that's the extent of it. So, yeah. Honestly, like, realistically, Kenya wouldn't be a bad option.
Yeah, the current Kenyan government is pretty shit.
Yeah. But, you know, every country's going to have their downsides. I mean, Japan right now is run by a fascist government. So, you know, whatever. I think that's the way the world's going to move towards.
And like,
which is not great.
Kenya has enough of a political movement that like you can still do like grassroots campaigns to really actually make political change in the country.
Yeah. Oh. Trends. Where are they?
And I said before that imperialism without an empire manifests as foolishness. It also manifests as cruelty.
That's such a fucking great quote. If you really think about it, like from the African perspective, right?
Mm.
And when a Kenyan is saying imperialism without the empire manifests as foolishness,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, isn't that the fucking problem? Is the foolishness among many young people in a lot of these African movements?
That's what they say.
They're too easily captured.
Well, it's the folly of youth, I guess. They have so much to live for, and they're so easily convinced they're moldable. That it,
I just think that it's really just money taking advantage of them.
Mm-hmm.
It
could be that.
Same thing with the hustle culture here, you know?
Mhm.
There's a hustle culture, even though that especially in the last few years, the Kenyan
Mhm.
economy is really fucking bad.
Yes.
And negligence and these kind of things. So we need to check ourselves. What are the symptoms of imperialism that we see around
They've
us?
changed up the global terror
the
index.
unwanted because imperialism's key aim is to create hierarchies and to enforce hierarchies and to suppress those at the bottom, and as the system suppresses those at the bottom, as it uplifts materially and socially those at the top. That's a simple description of imperialism. So imperialism is not about the Roman Empire, or the Greek Empire, or this, that, the other. Those were empires and those are imperialists, but those are gone. It now exists
Pause it for a second.
in our systems, even
Here. Alright. Now, we haven't done this for a while, so I actually looked it up. This isn't on the 26 Global
Mhm.
Terror Index. However, here is a Visions of Humanity Global Terror Index from 2025 that talks about far left and far right terrorism in the West, specifically. And your statement appears incorrect, sir. Far left is the darker line. Far right is the red line. Terrorist attacks. Right, okay. Lots of left-wing terror. Cool. Great. Oh, what's this? The black line is 0 on the deaths from terrorism. How interesting. I wonder what the difference is. Do you know what the difference is? Are you aware of what the difference is? So it would appear that the right wing are the ones that love to kill, but, you know. Have you got sources for yours?
So what he's saying is, so the video is called "So You Think Imperialism Doesn't Affect You? It's Because You Don't Know What It Is," and he's talking about young people in Kenya and how that the remnants of these empires still exist in Kenyan culture, and the people who were more loyal to these empires still have power among the society today, is what he's talking about.
in our
Why are there numbers
families.
on?
How many families have we seen where the kid who goes to Alliance is treated so much better than the one who goes to some county level school? How many times have we seen action taken against teachers for this kind of thing, for this kind of harassment? Can you imagine if this Ayiro fellow was a teacher in some county level school, secondary school? They'd throw the book at him. He'd be interdicted, maybe even prosecuted. Even villagers might be given access to him to beat him up. Because he's down there, he's teaching black kids. But he's in a national school. He's teaching white kids. And the school, the reputation of the school, the reputation of the teacher, etc., etc., has to be maintained above all else. Because we are in an empire, we need to maintain the
So, like,
structures of.
he's saying that I would never send my kids to a national school because those are the fucking imperialist schools, right? And he says when they teach at a national school, they're teaching white kids, as in they're erasing what makes them Kenyan.
Interesting.
Empire. And that
makes sense.
My friends, is the definition of imperialism. And as I intend to do maybe two or three monologues on this, and also bring out the symptoms in things we commonly see, because I see, because of our poor reading culture, very few people actually understand what many of these concepts I talk about. So I'll try and compare, try and point it out in some of the things we see, and the things, and unfortunately, that we have come to see as normal in public discourse, but are imperialist. I can even touch on just one now.
Finally, the Aztec have declared war on Byzantium.
Same thing in Kenya that we call kingpins, tribal kingpins. I've been around a number of African countries and sort of tried to get a handle on politics around. It's around many things, but Kenya's is especially centered around tribes. That is imperialist, because a kingpin is an emperor. You don't know how to exist without an emperor. You need an emperor to say you need a good school. You personally can't say you need a good school or what. You need an emperor to say that. And acquiescence to the views of these emperors is enforced in an almost fascist manner. Some ethnic groups in Kenya don't have kingpins, and I'll always say members of those ethnic groups are the luckiest amongst us, because that's a sign of civilization. You are somehow beginning to escape from imperialism. And the so-called stereotypes or tribal stereotypes we talk about in Kenya, these are remnants of imperialism. It's the colonialists who actually appointed colonial officers to come and describe the Luo people are like this. They are tall, they have big noses, or they have high cheekbones, and they are proud, and they have many wives, or this guy. Those funny stereotypes. Or the Kikuyu people are like this, or the Maasai are like this. Those were in colonial documents. And we hang on to those things today. Even colonial educationists like Carrie Francis. In Western Kenya, you say so-and-so is a brilliant student because Carrie Francis said so. Haven't we heard that, especially those of us from Nyanza? Carrie Francis said that guy was a very brilliant student. I kept wondering, who is this Carrie? There was a time it was so much talked about when I was young that I used to think Carrie Francis was someone who was still around and maybe running the exams council or something. But that's imperialism for you. It's comical, but the comedic part of it hides the deeply harmful part of it. So if you keep going around, I went to this school, which school did you go to? You are an imperialist, just the crown on your head. If you keep going around talking about your reputation of so and so because he's a Christian, he can't steal or he can't do this, you are an imperialist, just your emperor's robes. So, and if you go around with this classism, trying to judge someone by where he comes from, where he went to school, what ethnic group he is, these things, it's a casual glance that sees them as petty prejudice like tribalism. But in truth, those are imperialism. If you meet a man my age and you start wondering, which high school did he go to? And this was 40 years ago. That's imperialist. What I learned at Nairobi School has no contribution to what I am today. None. In fact, I am what I am today in spite of Nairobi School. So I don't go writing in my CV, Nairobi School and all that. No, what I say today is what's important, and that's what should define how one relates with me. So let's check our imperialism, and let's actively fight it. We are not fighting an empire somewhere. Fight it at home, in our families, amongst ourselves, and the places we work and where we interact. That's when it will sort of filter up and we become a better country.
When we think about establishing a character at the start of a film, we probably first think about what we can learn through dialogue, exposition, or performance. But The Graduate uses cinematography to help us understand the main character's mental state. Here, Benjamin is framed as if he's underwater and pressing in from the outside.
It's a beautifully shot film.
Okay, right, done.
However, in instances such as these, the cinematography has to propel something else. It can't intrude and distract. The camera has to remain as solemn and calm as the dancers, and it will then have to be as swift and dynamic as them. But it can never overtake them. The success of a film like